Chapter 2431. Today is the day to continue the eruption. Everyone, let's get a wave of New Year's monthly vote. The time was up on the last day. The 1-year trial period had ended. Instantly, the entire training grounds shook and the wind and clouds surged without end. In an instant, a pitch-black vortex appeared in the sky and continuously expanded. From the initial 10 meters, it rapidly expanded to 100 meters, then 1,000 meters, then 10,000 meters, and finally settled at 100,000 meters. The pitch-black vortex that was 10,000 meters long spun continuously like a black hole. It emitted a terrifying force that caused countless streams of air to be sucked into the black vortex and devoured. The devouring force grew stronger and stronger, and the area it covered became wider and wider. It seemed to have covered the entire trial ground. Chen Zong and the others all felt the devouring force land on them. They could not resist it. Even if they used all their strength, they could not resist the devouring force. It was too strong, too vast, and too shocking. However, the gap between them and the devouring force became apparent. Most of them could not resist it at all. They were sent flying into the air by the devouring force and into the pitch-black vortex. They could not maintain their bodies in the air, and could only spin continuously. In the end, they screamed as they were sucked into the black vortex, as if they were being devoured. Even if some of them managed to resist the devouring force, they could only delay it for a breath of time. Only those who had mastered the 5th level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique could resist the devouring force for a few breaths of time, but only for a few breaths of time. Even for those who had mastered the 5th level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique, there were differences in strength. Therefore, there were differences in the amount of time they could resist the devouring force. Chen Zong was not the last one, but he managed to resist the devouring force for the longest time. There was no reason for it. When the devouring force appeared, they instinctively wanted to resist it. It was as if they could not control it. In the end, 2 of them were sucked up by the devouring force. One was De Yengang from the giant tribe's Dian clan, and the other was Xingguang Mingyue from the heavenly human tribe's Xingguang clan. Chen Zong couldn't win against De Yengang. He was almost crushed because De Yengang's strength was too terrifying. As for Xingguang Mingyue, Chen Zong hadn't fought with her, but he had seen her fight with the ultimate form Blade Demon. Although she had lost in the end, she had fought with the Blade Demon for a while. Her strength was astonishing. It could be said that De Yengang and Xingguang Mingyue were the 2 strongest individuals in the trial. Chen Zong was still lacking compared to them. In terms of hierarchy, De Yengang and Xingguang Mingyue were in the 1st tier, while Chen Zong was in the 2nd tier. However, the fact that a mere human from the 3rd rank void could be so powerful was already shocking enough. Everyone was swallowed by the 100,000-meter-long dark vortex and disappeared. Are they dead? No. It was pitch black, like absolute darkness. He couldn't see or hear anything. He could only feel that he was flying, but he didn't know the direction. He didn't know if he was going up or down. He couldn't even feel the passage of time. He didn't know how much time had passed, but a dot of light lit up. As it flickered, everyone rushed toward it. When they woke up, they discovered that they were in a large hall. How magnificent was this hall! The dome was pitch black, dotted with twinkling stars. It was as deep as the night sky, and its height was unknown. The ground below his feet, however, was paved with cubes that were 100 meters in radius. They were dark green in color, so deep that they were almost black. There was an indescribable simplicity to it. In the surroundings, there were huge dark green pillars that were 100 meters in diameter. They seemed to connect the heavens and the earth, towering into the pitch-black dome that was like a starry sky. The aura was ancient, desolate, and ancient. Everyone felt small and insignificant. Even though the giants were 5 meters tall and stood out among the crowd, they couldn't help but feel small and insignificant in this great hall. It wasn't just the difference in size, but also the difference in aura. They felt that this hall should be used by those ancient experts who were 100 meters tall. Everyone, no matter what race they were from, couldn't help but feel shocked. It was a shock that came from the bottom of their hearts. Their minds were directly shocked. In the midst of the shock, Chen Zong also looked around. The crowd was densely packed because all the people in the trial ground were gathered here. There were nearly 2,000 people in the East Camp alone. According to this, there were at least 7,000 to 8,000 people here. However, even if there were 7,000 to 8,000 people gathered here, they would still feel small and insignificant when their auras were mixed. It was a kind of gap that couldn't be made up with quantity. Under the vast and desolate aura, no one dared to speak. They were afraid that if they opened their mouths, they would alarm some existence. It was so quiet that even the sound of breathing couldn't be heard. Time passed breath by breath. Gradually, some people began to feel depressed and uncomfortable. Even their breathing was affected, becoming a little rapid and disorderly. Then, some mixed breathing sounds were heard in the originally silent hall. Here, the perception of time was blurred. Even with Chen Zong's amazing perception, he couldn't accurately feel the passage of time. It seemed that half a day had passed, but it also seemed that a day had passed. In this hall, in front of the crowd, there were several chairs. They seemed to be carved out of stone, as if they were tightly connected with the hall. In an instant, one figure after another appeared on the stone chairs, looking down at the crowd. Each figure was filled with an incomparably unfathomable aura. It was as if they were deep in the abyss, higher than the sky, and incomparably vast. In front of them, the crowd was insignificant. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air. With his back to the crowd, he faced the figures sitting on the stone chairs and bowed to them. Then, he turned around and faced Chen Zong and the others. This person was dressed in black gilt armor. His entire body was covered, except for a pair of eyes that were completely exposed. There was a hidden light in his eyes, as if he could see through everything. Those who were stared at by his eyes all trembled. From the depths of their hearts, they couldn't help but feel as if they had been seen through. Even their breathing unconsciously stopped. My name is Luo Ji, the silver-armored commander of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. I'm here to announce your trial evaluation level. The man in the black gilt armor spoke. His voice was somewhat deep and vigorous. It rumbled and vibrated in the surroundings, entering everyone's ears and directly into their minds. Everyone's expression became more and more serious. Although they already knew their own evaluation level, they were still very much looking forward to hearing it. It was like a moment that determined their fate. The silver-armored commander Luo Ji paused for a moment, then said one name after another. Those whose names were called seemed to be a little confused, and also seemed to be a little uneasy. The 1,328 people above did not obtain the lowest evaluation level. All of you are disqualified. There seemed to be a flash of silver in Luo Ji's eyes. You will have this memory sealed and be sent back to the void where you came from. His words immediately caused the expressions of those whose names were called to change drastically. They were at a loss for what to do. No, I won't go back. Sir, please give me another chance. Immediately, someone pleaded. I don't want to go back. I want to stay. There were also people who were hysterical. However, the silver-armored commander Luo Ji's gaze was extremely cold. He did not waver. With a wave of his hand, more than 1,000 people were immediately enveloped by an irresistible force and directly transported away. Seeing that, they couldn't help feeling sad. But fortunately, they had all passed. At the very least, they had obtained the lowest evaluation and could stay here. Who would want to return to that small river if they could enter the magnificent sea and wander around? Unless it was those who had no ambition. However, to be able to stand out from countless geniuses, no one was willing to be mediocre. Of course, they had to seize every opportunity to improve themselves and climb to a higher peak. It was better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. That was a choice made when one had no other choice. If one was truly strong and had great ambition, they would first choose to be the tail of a phoenix. Then, they would unceasingly advance and become the head of a phoenix. Luo Ji's voice rang out again. This time, he read out many names. They came from all sorts of different races in the void. There were all sorts of strange names of every description. Those whose names were called seemed to secretly sigh in relief. Those who had been eliminated had just been eliminated. Now it should be the people who had passed. The 5,345 people above have obtained the first evaluation level. The 963 people above have obtained the second evaluation level. The 32 people above have obtained the third evaluation level. The names of the first, second, and third evaluations were all announced. Next, I will announce the fourth evaluation level. Luo Ji's voice seemed to have become even deeper. It also made people look forward to it even more. De Yenli Mo Luogu. Luo Ji read out 5 names in a row. These 5 people had obtained the fourth evaluation level. Shengguang Mingyu, De Yengang, and Chen Zong. The 3 of you have obtained the fifth evaluation level. When Luo Ji read out the 2 words, Chen Zong, there seemed to be some surprise in his tone. This was because it was very clear from the information that Chen Zong was born in the Third Order Void. Moreover, it was his first time coming into contact with the real Nine Heavens Imperial Court. He was also the first batch of geniuses from that side of the void to enter the universe. Coming from the Third Order Void and being from a mediocre race with no special talent, the human clan was actually able to defeat many powerful races from the Second Order Void and even the First Order Void. They had surpassed the 3rd and 4th grades and obtained the 5th evaluation level. It was undeniably shocking. When Luo Ji first found out, the shock in his heart was like a surging wave that was difficult to contain. However, the evaluation level could not be faked. This was because it could be seen that under the observation of so many strong people, no one could fake it. If there was such a method to fake it, it could only be said to be heaven-defying. Gazes fell on Chen Zong one after another, as if trying to see through Chen Zong. They were full of indescribable surprise. Chapter 2432. In the vast hall, all the strong cultivators were silent. Only silver-armored Commander Luo Ji's voice sounded again. Congratulations, from now on, you are all disciples of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. From now on, you will surpass your past and break through your limit. But in the end, whether or not you can become a strong cultivator in the universe and become a giant will depend on your own abilities. The evaluation level of the trial will affect the level of treatment you will enjoy for the next 100 years. Luo Ji's voice was low and powerful, directly penetrating into everyone's ears and mind. The higher the evaluation level, the more resources and treatment you will enjoy in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Luo Ji's words made the eyes of those who received the first-class evaluation darken. Because their evaluation level was the lowest, the resources and treatment they could receive were also the worst. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court is a powerful force in the universe. There are 3 holy lands for cultivation, the Refinery Path World, the Secret Pavilion, and Mount Wuang. There are also the 5 Great Mystery Realms and the 9 Great Temples. In addition, there are 3 major trial grounds, the Battle Tower, the 1,000 Illusions House, and the 10,000 Kills Sea. Luo Ji's voice became louder and louder, with an indescribable pride. Everyone was shocked. The 3 holy lands for cultivation, the 5 great mystery realms, the 9 great temples, and the 3 major trial grounds. In total, there were more than 20 of them. It was really shocking. As Chen Zong knew, even the Will Heavenly Palace did not have these and could not be compared. Of course, it was normal that they could not be compared. After all, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was a powerful force in the universe, while the Will Heavenly Palace was just a void under the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, or even a Third Order void. there was an essential difference. Among them, the refinery path world is a place to comprehend and hone the great Tao. But only those who have reached the divine manifestation realm are qualified to enter. In the secret pavilion, there are records of the 3 great supreme secret techniques and 3 great supreme martial arts techniques of the 9 heavens imperial court. Each of them is famous in the universe. Mount Wuwang is a place to hone one's spirit and will. As for the 5 great mystery realms and the 9 great temples, they each have their own uses. You will know in the future. The 3 trial grounds, the battle tower and the 10,000 kills, test one's combat power and killing power. The 1,000 illusions house test one's strength and application of the divine will. First, second, and third disciples are 9 heavens imperial court. Outer disciples are not qualified to enter the 3 holy lands for cultivation. Luo Ji's voice was laced with cruelty, causing the 1st grade, 2nd grade, and 3rd grade experts' expressions to change drastically. However, you can enter the 5 great secret realms at any time, challenge the 3 trial grounds, and enter any of the 9 great temples to cultivate for a year every 100 years. But no, and not studios, not Wuwang, not studios imperial_1000 divine disciples. Of course, although you are all outer disciples, your evaluation levels are different, so there will be differences in your cultivation resources. I won't say it now, but you will know in the future. 4th grade and 5th grade evaluations make you a true disciple. You can enter the Pavilion of Secrets to choose a supreme cultivation method or a supreme secret method to cultivate. You can enter Mount Wuwang to train your divine will for at least a month. Once you break through to the divine aspect realm, you can enter the world of refinement for at least a month. In addition, you can enter any of the 5 secret realms. Every 10 years, you can cultivate for a year in the 9 divine halls, Luo Ji continued, making all the outer disciples envious. Obviously, the 9 great temples for cultivation were much more advanced than the 9 great temples. The true disciples were naturally overjoyed. However, Chernzong was also very curious about this matter. After all, they had only heard the names and introductions. The specific effects were unknown, and they would only know when they entered later. After speaking, Luo Ji turned around again and bowed slightly to the 9 figures on the stone chairs in the main hall. "Everyone, it's your time now," Luo Ji said. "I am the envoy of the Demon King's palace, Missouri High." A loud laugh was the first to ring out. Soon after, his figure was completely revealed and became clear. The eyes of the Demon Dweller race lit up because the envoy of the Demon King Palace was actually from the Demon Dweller race. "My clansmen, the Demon King Palace is your best home. I am willing to join the Demon King's Palace. It is my honor to be a member of the Demon King's Palace. I have heard of the Demon King's Palace before, and now I can finally join." One by one, the demon race expressed their opinions. Unsurprisingly, all the demon race became members of the Demon King's Palace. This did not conflict with being a disciple of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, because the Demon King's Palace was a force created by the demon race experts in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. It was like a private force in a country, and this was allowed by the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. "Human, you come from the 3rd sequence void, and you are a mediocre human, but you can get a 5th grade trial evaluation. Not bad." The envoy of the Demon King's Palace stared at Chernzong, as if he wanted to see through Chernzong. "I will give you a chance to join the Demon King's Palace." "Thank you, sir, but the Demon King's Palace is not suitable for me," Chernzong rejected directly. Indeed, the Devil King Palace was a power of the demonic race, and maybe there were other races as well. However, Chernzong was a human. Moreover, the words of the other party were filled with a sense of superiority, as if they were giving alms. Chernzong could not accept it. Humph. The expression of the envoy of the Demon King's Palace changed slightly, and he was somewhat dissatisfied. He had already tried to recruit Chernzong, but Chen Zong did not give him any face and rejected him directly. If you don't want to join the Demon King's palace, do you want to join the so-called Tao Alliance of the human race? Compared to the Demon King's palace, the Tao Alliance is nothing. Hearing this, the expression of the Tao Alliance's envoy changed, but he did not argue. In fact, among the 9 major forces of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, the Tao Alliance was indeed inferior to the Demon King's palace. This was a fact, and it was also publicly acknowledged. I have given you a chance. Since you rejected it, don't even think about entering the Demon King's palace in the future, the envoy of the Demon King's palace said harshly. Chen Zong did not reply and remained silent. The Heavenly King's palace was a force on par with the Demon King's palace, and belonged to the heavenly human race. Naturally, they would recruit the heavenly human race, and even Xinguang Mingyue became a member of the Heavenly King's palace. This made the other forces envious. After all, only 3 people in this batch had obtained a 5th-grade trial evaluation, and one of them was Xinguang Mingyue. The giant tribe's force was called the Giant King's sect. Big Rock Gang and the other giants had also joined the Giant King's sect. As for the ancient Beast tribe's force, it was called the Beast King Mountain. Chen Zong now knew that Wu Qiu of the ancient Beast tribe had asked him to submit to him. When the time came, the Beast King Mountain would most likely be the Beast King's Mountain. Chen Zong, as a 3rd-rank void human, it is indeed not easy for you to obtain a 5th-grade trial. It is truly amazing. Suddenly, the figure sitting in the middle spoke. As he spoke, his figure was revealed. He had a head of long silver hair, and his eyes were rather strange. It seemed that his pupils were double, and they carried an incomparably deep and mysterious aura. What tribe is this? Chen Zong could not help but be surprised. He looked like a human, but his long silver hair and double pupils were different. Moreover, his aura was indescribably ethereal and noble and boundless. I am from the Origin tribe. My name is Ao Wu. Now, on behalf of the Origin tribe, I invite you to join us. The Origin tribe's Ao Wu spoke. His tone was neither haughty nor humble. There was only an indifferent tone, as if nothing could surprise him enough to change his tone. The Origin tribe. The Origin tribe. The Origin tribe sounded like a tribe, but the Origin tribe should be a force of the Origin tribe. But what kind of tribe was the Origin tribe? Chen Zong did not know, because there were no Origin tribe members on the trial grounds. At least, Chen Zong had not encountered any of them. So where did the Origin tribe come from? In an instant, Chen Zong's mind spun rapidly. Like lightning, he thought of many things. In the end, he came to a conclusion that shocked even himself. Chen Zong, I am Lin Ming of the Tao Alliance. The Origin tribe is a native tribe of the universe. The Origin tribe is a force created by the Origin tribe. Among the 9 forces of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, it is ranked first. In history, there has never been a human joining the Origin tribe. This is a rare opportunity for you. You must seize this opportunity. Suddenly, a gentle voice entered Chen Zong's ears. It seemed to ring directly in his mind. Chen Zong could not help but reveal a surprised expression. The Tao Alliance, Lin Ming. This meant that this person was a human. Chen Zong could not help but feel a sense of familiarity. However, the other party's words also made Chen Zong ponder. The Origin tribe, the number 1 force of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. It was stronger than the Demon King's palace and naturally stronger than the Tao Alliance. Strength meant that their foundation and resources were superior. With this thought in mind, Chen Zong did not hesitate or think too much. Thank you for your invitation. I am willing to join the Origin tribe, Chen Zong replied with a bow. Ao Wu nodded and did not say anything else. In response, the Demon King's palace and other envoys widened their eyes. They did not expect Chen Zong to be chosen to join the Origin tribe. One must know that the Origin tribe was a force of the Origin tribe. In terms of talent, The origin tribe was stronger than the demon tribe and other races. After all, the origin tribe was a life form born in the universe. They grew up under the laws of the universe. Other races from the void could not compare to them. Even the demon tribe, who was born in the first order void, was only born and grew up under the laws. No matter how close they were to the laws, they were still laws. Innate difference. Just like how there was an innate difference between the human race and the demon tribe. Therefore, the origin tribe was almost entirely made up of the origin tribe. Of course, there had been life forms from other races who had been accepted into the origin tribe. However, there were definitely no humans. Before Chenzong, no human had been invited to join the origin tribe. Based on their understanding, although a 5th grade evaluation was not low, it was not enough for the origin tribe to invite him to join the origin tribe. At least a 6th grade evaluation was qualified. Perhaps it is because this person is a human born in the 3rd order void. Ao Wu is also very curious, so he invited him. The envoys of the various forces were all speculating. This possibility was very high. Chapter 2433. Third update. Begging for another wave of monthly vote. Our divine connection is still a 700-pound child crying piteously for more monthly votes to grow. The 9 Heavens Imperial Court was a major force in the universe. The 9 heavens of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, from the lowest 1st to 9th heavens, were Crimson Light Sky, Xianhua Sky, Clear Jade Sky, Wuji Sky, Yema Sky, Tongyuan Sky, Haoyuan Sky, Shangxiao Sky Sky, and Supreme Emperor Sky. The 9 Heavens Imperial Court was divided into 9 heavens. Those who received a 1st grade evaluation would have their cave abode in the 1st heaven, which was also called Crimson Light Sky. Those who received a 2nd grade evaluation would be in the 2nd heaven, which was called Xianhua Sky. Those who received a 3rd grade evaluation would be in Clear Jade Sky. Those who received a 4th grade evaluation would be in Wuji Sky. Chenzong received a 5th grade evaluation and would be in Yema Sky. Those who received a 6th grade evaluation would be able to enter Tongyuan Sky. Those who received the highest 7th grade evaluation would be able to enter Haoyuan Sky. The 9 heavens, each higher than the last. There was a huge difference in the cultivation environment. The difference of one heaven was obvious, not to mention the difference of multiple heavens. The difference lay in the intensity and purity of the cosmic energy, as well as the clarity of the universe's laws. The cosmic energy was related to the cultivation of cultivation arts, the laws of the universe, and the comprehension of the mysteries of the great Tao. Those who lived in the 1st to 3rd heavens were the outer disciples of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Those who lived in the 4th heavens were not only the true disciples, but also the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's sect masters. Among this batch of disciples, only 3 could enter the 5th heavens, Yema Sky. Those who entered the 4th heavens, Wuji Sky, were only 5. Even those who entered the 3rd heavens were only 30 or so. The most were those who entered the 1st heavens, Crimson Light Sky. Under the lead of the primordial envoy, Ao Wu, Chenzong stepped into the 5th heavens, Yema Sky. He felt that the aura here was very dense and pure, and the mystery was indescribable. At a glance, it seemed to be boundless, with no end in sight. In the distance there were mountains and vast oceans. In the sky there were white clouds floating thousands of miles. It was like a world of its own, which shocked Chenzong. This world of its own was one of the 9 heavens of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court? It was simply unbelievable. After becoming a disciple of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, one could receive the most basic resources: a set of god weapons and 100 Cosmos God crystals. Chenzong received 500 pieces of Cosmos God crystals because he had obtained a 5th grade trial evaluation. As for the god weapons, he received a 9 heaven blade and a 9 heaven armor. The 9 heaven blade was a weapon, while the 9 heaven armor was a protective armor. This was the 9 heavens set, a rather famous piece of equipment in the 9 heavens imperial court. Its most basic form was a divine weapon. Through Ao Wu, Chen Zong already knew that there were 3 levels of divine artifacts in the universe. Divine artifacts, Tao divine artifacts, and origin divine artifacts. There were also 3 levels: sun, moon, and stars. As for the 9 heavens set that Chen Zong and the other disciples had obtained, it had another name, the 9 heavens soldier set. For example, the blade was the 9 heavens weapon blade, and the armor was the 9 heavens soldier armor. As for the 9 heavens set, it was also known as the 9 heavens general set. The blade was the 9 heavens general blade, and the armor was the 9 heavens general armor. The 9 heavens weapon blade could increase one's offensive power by 10%, making it easier to kill the target. The 9 heavens soldier armor could weaken one's offensive power by 10%, making it easier to protect oneself. Chen Zong couldn't help but feel astonished. 10% of one's offensive power didn't sound like a lot, but it was long-lasting. It wouldn't consume any extra energy, and it wouldn't bring any burden to the body. It was like turning the 2 secret techniques into a regular method. Moreover, the 9 heavens set wasn't a special treasure. Every disciple in the 9 heavens imperial court could obtain it. In other words, everyone had a set. What an amazing gift! And it was said that the 9 heavens general set was even more amazing. Its offensive power was increased and weakened by 20%. It was simply terrifying. In his original void, such a 9 heavens soldier set could be called a divine weapon. It was enough to attract many people to fight for it. As for the 9 heavens general set, it was even more amazing. And Chen Zong knew that the 9 heavens general set wasn't the limit. There were higher levels above it. The second characteristic was its transformation. The 9 heavens blade was just a name. Its appearance was actually a short, shiny silver stick that was half a meter long. As for the 9 heavens armor, it was a dark silver armor. It looked very ordinary, and was the kind of thing that no one would pay attention to if it was thrown to the side. However, after recognizing its owner, the 9 heavens blade began to change. It stretched rapidly and changed its appearance according to Chen Zong's will. Finally, it turned into a sword more than 3 feet long. It was shiny and silvery white. The blade was thin and light was flowing around it. At first glance, one could tell that it was an extremely sharp sword. Following that, the 9 heavens armor turned into a beam of light that landed on Chen Zong's body. The light shone brightly, and as it shone, it continued to circulate. In the end, it turned into an exquisite-looking armor. This armor fit Chen Zong's figure perfectly, and made him look even more extraordinary. Compared to the ordinary appearance before, it was much better. It was more exquisite. At first glance, one could tell that it was extraordinary. Then, the light flashed again and rolled up from the 9 heavens armor. When the light was withdrawn, the 9 heavens armor had turned into a dark silver sword robe. It had an indescribable mystery. This sword robe was very tight and made Chen Zong look even more extraordinary. The aura of a sword cultivator was faintly discernible. Although it had turned into a sword robe, the power of the 9 heavens armor was not weakened at all. The only thing that changed was its appearance. Chen Zong tried it and found that the 9 heavens armor's direct defensive power was limited. It would be broken or torn, but it would not be damaged. Instead, it would recover automatically. However, even if it was broken or torn, it would still weaken the power of the attack by 10%. In the next moment, the shiny 9 heavens sword also changed according to Chen Zong's will. It turned into a silver bracelet on his right hand and its aura was withdrawn. It's really amazing. Chen Zong was amazed. Chen Zong's cave residence in the Yema heaven of the 5th heaven of the 9 heavens imperial court was on a mountain peak. The entire mountain peak belonged to Chen Zong. This mountain peak was 9,000 meters high and was named by Chen Zong. Chernzong named it Heart Sword Peak. As for the palace on Heart Sword Peak, it was naturally named Heart Sword Palace. In Heart Sword Peak, there were other people besides Chernzong. They were basically life forms and cultivators from the second order and third order void. They were the disciples who had entered the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. However, due to their poor performance later on, they did not plan to leave the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. In the end, they could only be servants and continue to stay here to cultivate. After all, the cultivation environment in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was pretty good. Otherwise, people like them who were eliminated midway would not have enough strength to survive in the universe if they left the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Once they left, they would quickly encounter all kinds of dangers and die. In Heart Sword Palace, Chernzong saw the servants of Heart Sword Peak. There were a total of 96 people, and the leader was a woman who looked to be in her 30s. She was from the Horn People clan of the Second Order Void. Her name was Jiao Yi. Her aura was withdrawn, but Chernzong could sense that her aura was very strong, much stronger than his own. Divine Aspect Realm, Chernzong said to himself. Jiao Yi greets the Peak Lord. Jiao Yi bowed to Chernzong. No need for formalities. I'll leave all the affairs on Heart Sword Peak to you in the future, Chernzong said. Chernzong was not good at taking care of affairs, nor did he like it. What he liked the most was to cultivate in peace, or fight to improve himself. Of course, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court had such an arrangement because of this. There would be someone to serve and take care of all the affairs so that the disciples could cultivate properly. However, only true disciples had such treatment. Outer disciples did not have such treatment. They had to rely on themselves to take care of everything. Yes, Peak Lord. I'll take care of everything. Jiao Yi bowed again. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court would not nurture useless people. After a period of nurturing, if their performance was not outstanding enough, they could either leave the Nine Heavens Imperial Court or continue to stay. However, there was a price to pay for staying, such as carrying out some dangerous missions or becoming a servant. Carrying out dangerous missions was very dangerous. If they were not careful, they could die. However, at the same time, the rewards would also be greater. There was almost no danger to becoming a servant. It was more comfortable, but the rewards would not be as good as the former. As for how to choose, it was up to the individual. After understanding this, Chernzong was first stunned. Compared to the void where he was, such a situation did not exist in the Will Heavenly Palace. From this, it could be seen that the Will Heavenly Palace was crueler. However, this was mainly for outer disciples. Outer disciples could enjoy the resources of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and so on. However, if they could not meet the requirements of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court within the stipulated time, they would face such a choice. After letting Jiao Yi leave with a group of servants, Chernzong started to think. As a newcomer, everything was unfamiliar. He had to adapt and start all over again. However, it also gave Chernzong a very novel feeling. He could not help but feel excited in his heart. The universe. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court. This would be a new starting point for his cultivation. But speaking of cultivation, Chernzong narrowed his eyes slightly and fell into deep thought. After coming here, Chernzong naturally had some understanding. The division of cultivation realms in the universe was different from the division in the void where he was. In the void where he was located, there was the Tao Manipulation Realm, the Yuanming Realm, and the Divine Power Realm. However, in the universe, the corresponding realms were the Tao Force Realm, the Spirit Condensation Realm, and the Divine Aspect Realm. The Tao Force Realm is the initial mastery of the power of the Great Tao. It is similar to the Tao Manipulation Realm. It just has a different name. The Spirit Condensation Realm is also the condensation of the primordial spirit. This is the same as the Yuanming Realm. The difference should start from the Divine Power Realm. The Divine Power Realm is the condensation of the Divine Power Realm, but the divine aspect realm is not. It has nothing to do with the divine power realm. It has to do with the great Tao. It seems that the divine aspect realm is the integration of the great Tao into the primordial spirit or the body to form the divine aspect. This seems to be more brilliant than the condensation of the divine power realm. Although he only had a preliminary understanding of the divine aspect realm, based on this understanding, Chen Zong could generally make a judgment that the divine aspect realm was more brilliant than the divine power realm. After all, the divine power realm was the condensation of the divine power realm's divine power realm. There was only one type of divine power realm. There was nothing special about the rest, and it was more one-sided. The divine aspect realm, on the other hand, was directly on the great Tao. The great Tao was the foundation of a cultivator's comprehension. The divine aspect realm was the comprehension and improvement of the foundation. It was also very easy to distinguish who was better and who was worse. No wonder the Lord Envoy only chose the Yuanming realm prodigies and ignored the divine power realm prodigies. This is because the divine power realm has already deviated from the cultivation path of the universe. Chapter 2434. Fourth update, begging for monthly votes. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court was a great power in the universe, and it was divided into 9 heavens. Chen Zong flew out of the Heart Sword Palace rapidly, riding on the Wind Xian bird puppet that Primal had assigned to him. The Wind Xian bird puppet had a wingspan of 10 meters, and its ability to carry weight was shocking. Its flying speed was very fast, and because it was a puppet, it didn't feel tired. As long as it consumed deity crystals, it could maintain its high speed, which was a necessity for traveling. After all, spirit condensation realm experts couldn't fly in the universe, and even divine phase realm experts couldn't fly. This was the restriction of the laws of the universe. In the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, spirit condensation realm experts were called soldiers, and divine phase realm experts were called generals. Chen Zong obtained a 5th-grade trial evaluation and received a share of 500 Cosmos God crystals. Because he had entered Primal, he also received the resources allocated by Primal, which was also 500 Cosmos God crystals. In terms of Cosmos God crystals, Chen Zong didn't lack them at the moment, because he didn't have any special use for them. It was more than enough for the Wind Xian bird puppet. The Wind Xian bird puppet flapped its wings, causing a violent gust of wind. With a whistle, it rushed out and flew across the sky. Its speed was extremely fast, leaving behind an afterimage in the void. About 2 hours later, they were already very far away from the Heart Sword Peak. Chen Zong saw a huge mountain peak towering into the clouds, standing between heaven and earth, as if it was the center of this world. Realm Gate Mountain. In this mountain, there was a palace called the Realm Gate Palace. Its function was to open the realm gates that led to various places in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. For example, if Chen Zong wanted to go to the 4th heaven or other heavens, he would have to go through the Realm Gate. In addition, if he wanted to go to the cultivation sacred grounds controlled by the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, he would have to go through the Realm Gates to reach them in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, he would have to spend a long time traveling, because there were many cultivation grounds that weren't located in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. There were also some cultivation grounds that were hidden in very mysterious places. Even if he hurried, he wouldn't be able to reach them no matter how much time he spent. He could only go through the Realm Gate. There were 3 sacred grounds for cultivation in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. They were the Realm of Refinement, the Pavilion of Secrets, and Mount Wuang. Chen Zong couldn't enter the alchemy world right now. Only after he broke through to the divine manifestation realm could he enter. However, he only had a month to cultivate. If he wanted more time, he had to complete missions and get rewards. He could enter Mount Wu Wang now to temper and nurture his divine will, but he would only be able to do so for a month. Similarly, if he wanted more time, he would have to complete missions first. But now, Chernzong was going to the secret pavilion. The secret pavilion contained the supreme legacy of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, the 3 supreme martial arts formulas and the 3 supreme secret techniques. A new true disciple was qualified to choose a supreme cultivation formula or a supreme secret method to practice. If they wanted to obtain more, they had to go through other channels. For example, if one reached a certain level in the 3 great trial grounds. The Realm Gate Palace on the Realm Gate Mountain was a very peculiar palace. It was as if it was built from countless mountain gates from all directions. It gave off a very peculiar feeling. Chernzong looked around from outside and was surprised by this peculiar shape. He immediately descended and put away the Fengxian bird puppet. Standing in front of the Realm Gate Palace, he felt indescribably small. Like dust, Chernzong felt that everything in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court seemed to have been prepared for a 100-meter giant. Taking a deep breath, Chernzong gradually calmed down from the shock in his heart. He stepped into the Realm Gate Palace. Inside the palace there was a vast and empty space. It was a little dim, but there was no one in sight. The floor was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the dome and Chernzong's figure. His figure seemed to be reflected in layers of water, as if there were countless of them. Looking at it gave Chernzong a dazzling and dreamy feeling. It was somewhat unreal. All around him were walls as smooth as a mirror, reflecting Chernzong's figure. One after another, they seemed to be contained in countless space-time spaces. A third-rank void human. A low, hoarse, and somewhat sinister voice sounded very abruptly, startling Chernzong, who was still in shock. He immediately turned around and gathered all his strength in an instant. The extreme heart phaseless sword was also half unsheathed, releasing an astonishing sharpness. The voice suddenly appeared without any reaction at all. Chernzong felt that if the other party had malicious intentions, he might be killed directly without even having the chance to react. When he looked over, he saw a stooped old man in a black robe floating in the air with his hands behind his back. His old face was covered in wrinkles, and his eyes were extremely turbid. He looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. However, when that pair of turbid eyes stared at him, Chernzong felt as if he had been seen through, and his hair stood on end. Little did he know that the old man was also very surprised because he could see that Chernzong came from a third-rank void. He was also a human from a mediocre race that was judged to have no special racial talent. Although he did not have any special racial talents, a second-rank void human would naturally surpass a third-rank void human. A human from the third-rank void had actually appeared in the Yema heavens. This was truly shocking. "Senior, I want to go to the secret pavilion." Chernzong sheathed his sword and bowed to the old man. Although he could not sense the old man's aura, Chernzong instinctively knew that this was an existence that he could not match. "You don't have to call me senior, just call me Black Snake." The old man smiled mysteriously and said, "Elder Black, please send me to the secret pavilion." Chernzong naturally could not call the old man's name directly, whether it was his real name or a fake name. Therefore, he called him Elder Black. This was basic respect and had nothing to do with strength. "Go ahead." Elder Black's turbid eyes glanced at Chernzong a few times, then pointed to one of the walls that was as smooth as a mirror. Immediately, there seemed to be layers of ripples on the wall, as if it was blown by the wind. A faint light filled the air as if it had been activated. A realm gate. The wall of the Realm Gate Palace was a realm gate. Chernzong could not help but be surprised. He did not expect the Realm Gate Palace to be built by Realm Gate. "Thank you, Elder Black." After Chernzong bowed once again, his figure flashed and flew towards the activated World Gate. In an instant, it was as though he was submerged in water. His figure was submerged in it and he disappeared. A human from the third true void realm. How surprising! Elder Black smiled mysteriously as he watched Chernzong disappear. "But, he's quite polite. Let me see. Oh, he was accepted by Primordial. But, with his status and ability, can he continue to stay in Primordial? I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. As his voice fell, Elder Hay's body began to fade away. Wisps of black aura filled the air like smoke. When the wind blew, they dissipated and fused into the void, disappearing without a trace. After stepping through the realm gate, Chen Zong felt as if he had entered a body of water. There were layers and layers of resistance as he continued to move forward in this invisible body of water. Step by step, he stepped forward in the void. After what seemed like an hour, Chen Zong took another step and the heavy resistance disappeared. A huge pavilion appeared in front of him. This pavilion was dark gold in color. It was quaint, profound, and mysterious. At the front of the pavilion was a huge gate. Above the gate was a plaque with 3 huge ancient and mysterious characters written on it. Secret Pavilion. These characters were not characters from the void, but from the universe. He had never learned them before, but he could understand their meaning just by looking at them. Secret Pavilion. Chen Zong couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was the secret pavilion of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. The 3 supreme cultivation techniques. The 3 supreme cultivation techniques. He wondered what they were like. Chen Zong was very curious and expectant. He took a step forward and pushed the huge gate open. As it slowly opened, a wisp of darkness appeared from the gap. After calming himself down, Chen Zong walked through the gap. Although it was only a crack in the door, it had to be known that this door was at least 100 meters tall. The crack in the door was also more than a meter wide, which was enough for Chen Zong to step in. As soon as Chen Zong stepped in, all he saw was darkness. Absolute darkness, endless darkness. He couldn't see anything, not even his own body. It was as if he had blended into the darkness. Just as Chen Zong was secretly surprised, something strange happened. A ray of light suddenly bloomed in the dark distance. It was like a ray of light that connected the sky and the sea. It turned into a surging tide that charged forward like a raging wave. It was accompanied by a loud sound that resounded through the world in an instant. It surged in all directions, surging and boundless. In the blink of an eye, that ray of light turned into a sea of light. The sea of light became more and more vast, containing a magnificent and pure power. It swept over Chen Zong as if it was endless. Chen Zong's body shook unconsciously. Pieces of information also surged into his mind. 9 Heavens 1000 Yuan condensation technique. It turned out that this was one of the 3 supreme skills. In addition to the name of the skill, there was also some introduction. 9 Heavens 1000 Yuan condensation technique was one of the 3 supreme skills of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Its specialty was that the power cultivated was extremely pure and majestic. The 10,000 Elephant True technique was derived from the 9 Heavens 1000 Yuan condensation technique. It was a simplified version. The power of the 9 Heavens 1000 Yuan condensation technique was not biased in any way. It was just that the degree of purity and majesty was extraordinary. Of course, this could also be considered as the specialty of this skill. However, for a cultivation technique to appear in such a manner, it was truly shocking to the extreme. When that vast ray of light swept over, a shadow also appeared. That shadow was like a giant standing in the dark void. It looked up to the sky and roared. The aura that burst out from its body was incomparably heavy, domineering, and full of amazing power. Boom, boom, boom. The giant punched out. The speed of the punch was not very fast, but it condensed an extremely terrifying power. It was extremely domineering and unparalleled, as if it could smash everything into pieces. The punch was directly aimed at Chen Zong. The surrounding darkness was completely suppressed, making Chen Zong unable to move at all. He was directly hit by the punch. Chapter 2435. 5th Update. Begging for monthly votes to rush into the top 30, 1 punch. It was as if it was going to completely shatter and annihilate Chen Zong. However, Chen Zong was unscathed. That punch was like an illusion. However, as the punch landed, waves of information appeared in his mind. Art of the Tyrant of the Nine Heavens. This was a cultivation technique that focused on strength. The strength that was cultivated was filled with astonishing strength and was extremely domineering. After throwing out a punch, the giant's figure walked past Chen Zong and disappeared into the darkness. The wind blew and blew, sweeping through the darkness. It was vast and mighty. At the beginning, it felt like a gentle breeze, but it continued to strengthen. It became a gale, then a storm, and then a hurricane. The hurricane roared, containing an extremely terrifying might. It was as if it could shatter everything in the world and blow apart the dark void. It was extremely shocking. Subsequently, the terrifying whistling sound emitted by the hurricane gradually became fainter and fainter. In the end, it became so faint that it could not be heard. At the very least, Chen Zong could not hear anything. The hurricane also seemed to become smaller and smaller, as if it had also disappeared. Gone. I can't hear you. He couldn't see it. It was as if it had completely disappeared. However, Chen Zong felt a chill run down his spine. In an instant, Chen Zong felt as if an undetectable aura had swept past his body. His hair stood on end. That aura seemed to have annihilated his body in an instant. Annihilation Force of the Nine Heavens Breath Gale. The third supreme technique of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was an extremely outstanding supreme technique in terms of speed. Nine Heavens 10,000 Condensation Technique, Art of the Tyrant of the Nine Heavens, Annihilation Force of the Nine Heavens Breath Gale. The three supreme cultivation techniques each have their own strong points. The true condensation technique focuses on the purity and vigor of one's strength, which can be considered as endurance. The Tyrant World technique focuses on the strength. The strength cultivated is vigorous, majestic, and overbearing to the extreme. It is unreasonable and all-powerful. The Annihilation Force focuses on speed. It even has a terrifying might that can blow everything into oblivion. Which one should I choose? Chen Zong could not help but ponder. Arts were the foundations. These three supreme techniques gave Chen Zong the feeling that they were countless times more powerful than the Taichu sword origin technique that he had created himself. In terms of level, even the 33 Heavens of Will could not compare. After all, the 33 Heavens of the Mind was only a supreme technique of the third sequence void, but this was the universe. Therefore, he had to choose one of the three supreme skills first. Only then would he be able to guarantee the foundation of his strength. After thinking for a while, Chen Zong quickly made his choice. After making his choice, Chen Zong was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he checked the three supreme secret technique. The first supreme secret technique was called the Nine Heavens Mixed Kill. It was a super powerful secret technique that could enhance the power of one's attack. The second supreme secret technique was called the Nine Mysterious Body Protection Technique. It was a super powerful secret technique that could enhance one's defense. The third supreme secret technique was called the Nine Heavens Escape Technique. It was a super powerful secret technique that could enhance one's speed. Attack, defense, and speed. All three supreme secret techniques were complete. However, Chen Zong could only choose one of the three supreme cultivation techniques and the three supreme secret technique. He could not choose two. Of course, if he wanted to choose more, he would have to challenge the three great trial grounds. He would choose one of them first. After making his choice, streams of information surged into Chen Zong's mind. They were vast and mighty, surging endlessly, rendering Chen Zong unable to move for a moment. It was too vast. The information he had received before was merely an introduction. Now, he was seeing the real content. The complete content of the supreme martial art was extremely mysterious. After receiving the inheritance of the supreme secret technique, Chen Zong left the secret pavilion. Through the realm gate, Chernzong reappeared in the Realm Gate Palace. Elder Black Snake's figure condensed again. Which one did you choose? Black Snake asked casually. After Chernzong gave his answer, Black Snake nodded slightly. Elder Black, please open the Realm Gate to the Battle Tower, Chernzong said again. Oh, do you want to challenge the Battle Tower? With that, Senior He waved his hand and another Realm Gate lit up with a faint light. Thank you. After bowing, Chernzong turned and walked into the Realm Gate. Challenging the Battle Tower before truly mastering the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's secret art is not going to be an easy task. Old He looked at Chernzong's disappearing figure and smiled mysteriously. Soon after, he disappeared once again. Similar to his previous experience, after a period of time, Chernzong took a step forward and appeared in a spacious plaza. At the center of the plaza stood a tall tower. It was pitch black and emitted an incomparably vigorous aura. That aura was as strict as an abyss and prison. In addition to the pitch-black tower, Chernzong also saw dozens of people. These people were from various races. Every one of them exuded a strong aura. More than half of them exuded a terrifying aura. Chernzong was secretly shocked. Chernzong's arrival also attracted the attention of these people. When they saw Chernzong and learned about Chernzong through the Nine Heavens Ring, their expressions changed. They were astonished. Human clan. Third rank void. These two added together were equivalent to ordinary or even mediocre. However, this was not what surprised them. After all, it was not strange for a third-rank void human clan to be able to enter the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. No matter how bad a place was, there would occasionally be some prodigies. The most surprising thing was the identity of this human. He was a member of the Primordial and a true disciple who lived in the Yema Heavens. How was this possible? Even if he was from the four major races of the first-rank void, it was very difficult for him to live in the Yema Heavens right from the start. Now, a human from the third-rank void actually lived in the Yema Heavens and was even a member of the Primordial. This was unbelievable and made them feel like they were dreaming. However, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court had never made any mistake. This human must have his own strengths to be able to live in the Yema Heavens and even be accepted by the Primordial. Soon, the crowd inquired about him and found out the reason. At this moment, Chernzong also walked past the crowd and entered the battle tower. This human is actually in the top 3 of this batch of cultivators. A heavenly human clan member had a look of disbelief. How shocking! Since when did humans have such capabilities? An ancient beast clan member had a playful look on his face. Maybe it's just a moment of luck. A demon clan member snorted coldly. When the 10-year deadline for newcomers is over, someone will challenge him and he will be exposed. I wonder if he can pass the first level of the battle tower? Chernzong stepped into the battle tower and entered the first level. The first level of the battle pagoda was filled with darkness. Following which, a silhouette appeared and walked towards Chernzong step by step. This person was clad in armor and had a tall and muscular physique. He carried a long saber on his back and his speed was neither fast nor slow. However, every step he took was orderly and uniform. Step by step, the aura he exuded condensed unceasingly as the pressure grew more and more terrifying. You're at the peak of the spirit focus realm. My cultivation is the same as yours. The person's voice sounded from under the armor. It was somewhat dull and cold. Defeat me and you can only step onto the second level. As his voice fell, the person took a step forward and landed heavily. With a bang, the darkness seemed to shake. Layers of ripples spread out from the person's feet. As the tyrannical power rebounded, the armored person's body suddenly rushed forward. His speed instantly reached the extreme, and he closed in on Chernzong. So fast. Chernzong's eyelids twitched. The opponent's speed was extremely fast. From the acceleration to the extreme, he crossed 1,000 meters in an instant. At the same time, a fierce cold light suddenly bloomed. It was like a rising sun that directly fell. The long saber on his back was unsheathed. He and the saber became one and slashed directly from the sky. That slash was extremely simple and direct, but the power it contained was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, the speed of the slash was astonishing. It was as if the world would be split apart with a single slash. It was as if nothing could withstand that slash. Strong, fierce, domineering, unparalleled. This slash gave Chen Zong a feeling that it was more tyrannical than any opponent he had encountered in the trial ground. Chen Zong's reaction was also very fast. He pulled out his sword in an instant. There was no time to dodge, but his sword burst out and directly attacked. The 10th sword of the ninefold true sword. The 11th sword was indeed more powerful, but it needed a little time to activate. Under such circumstances, it was somewhat insufficient. He could only use the 10th sword. As for the opening of the sword world, it also needed a little time. The sword slashed out and the saber slashed down. In an instant they came into contact. The sword light paused for a moment and then collapsed. Although the saber light dimmed a little, it still slashed down heavily. Chen Zong's pupils were instantly stimulated to the point that they shrank like needles. This kind of slash was too fast and too fierce. It was beyond his reaction and endurance. The 10th sword was shattered. Chen Zong could only barely hold his sword in front of him to resist the remaining power of the slash. The moment they came into contact, Chen Zong immediately felt an extremely terrifying force coming at him. He was unable to resist and kept retreating. As he retreated, another saber light rolled up in front of him and slashed down from the sky. When the saber light arrived, Chen Zong was unable to dodge and was directly hit. His entire body flew backward and his vision turned black. In the next breath, when Chen Zong woke up, he found that he was already outside the battle tower. What? Chen Zong's face was full of shock. To think that the difficulty of the battle tower would be so high. With just 2 slashes, Lin Fan was defeated and killed in just 2 slashes. If it were not for the special situation of the battle tower, he would have been killed. They were clearly at the same cultivation level, but his opponent's strength was so much stronger than his. It was simply unbelievable. Chen Zong shook his head and gave up on the idea of challenging again because there was no need for that for the time being. Chapter 2436. A New Day. Continue to beg for monthly votes. News of what happened in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court spread quickly, and many people knew about it. Have you heard? It's said that the third-rank void human Chen Zong, who was accepted by Primordial as an exception, failed to reach the first level of the battle tower. Not only did he fail, but he also came out not long after he went in. Obviously, he didn't last long. Some people speculated that he couldn't last more than 3 moves. He's so weak. What right does he have to enter the Yema heavens and be accepted by Primordial as an exception? Many voices of doubt arose. However, Chen Zong's ranking in the top 3 of the trial ground was undeniable. That was why Primordial made an exception and accepted him. All kinds of doubts did not affect Chen Zong. After leaving the battle tower, Chen Zong directly returned to the Heart Sword Peak. Sitting on the Fengxian bird puppet, Chen Zong was deep in thought as the wind blew against his face. The opponent on the first level of the battle tower seemed to be very powerful, far more powerful than him. However, after careful consideration, that was not the case. The main reason was that the opponent's power was very strong, and his speed was very shocking. His saber technique was simple and direct, but it was as if he had returned to the basic. With all these combinations, he could easily defeat Chen Zong. However, if Chen Zong were to display the sword world, he should be able to compete with the opponent and even defeat him. The problem was that the opponent's speed was too fast, and his attack speed was too fast. His every move was as easy as instinct, while Chen Zong needed a little time to activate the sword world. As everyone knew, the more powerful the move, the more time it took to accumulate power. This was an inevitable process. If one's speed was fast enough, one could strike first and interrupt the opponent's accumulation of power. Of course, in addition to being fast enough, one also needed to be strong enough. Otherwise, it would be difficult to shake the opponent. Coincidentally, the person on the first level of the battle tower had both. Basic power. Chen Zong kept recalling the previous battle under the 5 mental state. He replayed every detail over and over again to find the details of his defeat. Finally, he came to a conclusion. Basic power. The so-called basic power was a name that referred to the power and speed that one had mastered. It was the basic power and speed without using secret technique. However, a new question arose in Chen Zong's mind. The man in armor was obviously at the same level as him. Why was his basic strength so much higher than his? Chen Zong's thinking reached its peak under the 5 realms of mind. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind like the stars in the sky. They were Chen Zong's guesses and deductions. In the end, Chen Zong's eyes lit up. Cultivation technique. This was what Chen Zong could think of. In addition to the martial arts formula, there should also be the gap and application of the power of the Great Path. Cultivation method. The difference between a void technique and a universal technique was very obvious. The Genesis sword energy technique that he cultivated was only a void technique, while the 10,000 elephant true technique was, in fact, a simplified version of the 9 heavens 10,000 condensation technique. It only contained a little bit of the supreme technique's mysteries, probably not even 1/10,000th of it. The 10,000 elephant true technique only had 5 levels. Its function was to allow trial takers to adapt to the laws of the universe and restore their own strength. Therefore, in terms of cultivation power, although he had adapted to the laws of the universe, it was only an adaptation. He had not changed, so he was still at the same level of power as in the void. Therefore, there was a gap. However, in the trial ground, compared to those fierce demons, his battle strength was not weak. Moreover, Chen Zong could feel that those fierce demons were very fierce and terrifying. Another point was that in the void, at least in the void where he was, although cultivation strength was an indispensable part, it accounted for a relatively small proportion of overall strength. Was it different in the universe? Limited by his knowledge, Chen Zong did not know. However, he should be able to find out soon enough. Cultivate. As long as he cultivated the supreme technique that he obtained from the secret pavilion, he would know. Riding on the black wind bird puppet, Chen Zong returned to the Heartsword Peak and went straight to the Heartsword Palace. He summoned the Heartsword Peak attendant, Jiao Yi, and informed him that he was going into closed-door cultivation. Then, he began his closed-door cultivation. This closed-door cultivation was, of course, to cultivate the supreme technique that he had chosen from the secret pavilion. However, before he went into closed-door cultivation, Ao Wu sent a message to ask about Chen Zong's challenge to the battle tower. Primordial was a force established by the originals in the 9 heavens imperial court. It was the strongest among the many forces and was incomparable. Primordial's headquarters was located in the 8th heaven of the 9 heavens imperial court. Among the many forces, only Primordial was located in the 8th heaven. As for the Demon Palace, Heavenly King Palace, Giant King Sect, and Beast King Mountain, they were second only to Primordial. However, their headquarters were located in the 7th heaven. They were not qualified to build their headquarters in the 8th heaven. Primordial was a first-tier force in the 9 heavens imperial court. It was the strongest and only one. Demon Palace, Heavenly King Palace, Giant King Sect, and Beast King Mountain were second-tier forces. Big Black Mountain, Full Moon Valley, Unicorn Fort, and Dao Alliance were third-tier forces. Their headquarters were located in the 6th heaven. Primordial was established by the originals. Most of its members were originals. Demon Palace was established by the Demon Tribe. Heavenly King Palace was established by the Heavenly Human Tribe. Giant King Sect was established by the Giant Tribe. Beast King Mountain was established by the Ancient Beast Tribe. As for Big Black Mountain and Full Moon Valley, they were jointly established by some of the second-tier forces. Tao Alliance was established by the originals. Its internal members were only humans. Unihorn Fort was established by the Horn People. Similarly, the members of Unihorn Fort were Horn People. Apart from the headquarters, there were also branches in the other heavens. Within the Yema heavens, there were also branches of the 9 great forces. Within Primordial's branch, Aowu, I heard that the human you personally recruited was defeated in less than 3 moves on the first level of the battle tower, an original said to Aowu in a somewhat mocking tone. That's indeed the case. I've already asked. To be precise, it was 2 moves, Aowu replied expressionlessly. One could tell that he was not in a good mood. When he recruited Chunzong, other than feeling that Chunzong was not bad, the biggest reason was because he was curious. For a human from the originals of the 3rd-tier forces to be able to obtain a 5th-tier evaluation and even surpass the demon race, that was unbelievable. This also meant that perhaps this human was a peerless genius. He was like a true dragon that was born in shallow waters. His talents were shocking. However, due to the limitations of the environment, he could not unleash his full potential. Now that he had entered the universe, it was like entering the ocean from shallow waters. Given some time, he might even be able to rise from the depths of the ocean and soar into the 9 heavens. Of course, this was just a guess. Who knew if that was the truth? Sometimes there were so-called geniuses who were extremely outstanding in their original void. However, after entering the universe, they would gradually fade into the crowd. On the other hand, there were also those who performed well in their original voids, but weren't the most outstanding. After entering the universe, they would slowly accumulate strength and gradually erupt, shocking the world with a single feat. Therefore, Aowu did not know what kind of situation Chen Zong would be in. However, recruiting him was like taking a gamble. If he lost, Primordial would just have to pay some resources. Now, it seemed like he had misjudged. The first level of the battle tower was the easiest level. However, it was fine if Chunzong could not pass the first level. After all, it was his first attempt. Furthermore, he had just arrived at the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. He had not even cultivated properly. However, to be defeated in just 2 moves? Wasn't that a little too weak? Aowu, you might have misjudged him this time. That originals chuckled once more, as though he had pointed out Aowu's inner thoughts. Not necessarily. He is still in the newbie stage. After the newbie stage, he should be able to adapt to the cultivation under the laws of the universe. At that time, we will know what will happen. Aowu's expression turned cold. If at that time, he is still this weak, then don't blame me for being impolite. Primordial's resources are not that easy to obtain. Primordial, as the number 1 power in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, was naturally not ordinary. After all, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court was originally created by the originals. Naturally, the treatment that Primordial could enjoy was also the best. Any member of Primordial was qualified to receive more resources. Taking Chunzong as an example, Chunzong had obtained a 5th-grade trial evaluation. He could receive the basic resources of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, which were a set of 9 Heavens set, 500 Cosmos God Crystals, and some pills. He could enter Mount Wu Wang to temper and nourish his divine will for a month. After breaking through to the divine phase realm, he could enter the refinement path world to cultivate for a month. Then, as a member of Primordial, he could receive 500 Cosmos God Crystals and pills of the same quantity and grade. Furthermore, he could enter Mount Wu Wang to temper and nourish his divine will for 2 months. In addition, after breaking through to the divine phase realm, he could enter the refinement path world to cultivate for an additional month. Without a doubt, such resources were very shocking. The originals were originally very talented. Under the situation where they could receive more resources after joining Primordial, their improvement would naturally be even more terrifying. As for other powers, they didn't have such amazing capabilities and treatment as Primordial. Everyone who had just entered the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was considered a newcomer and had to undergo a newcomer's period. The purpose of this newcomer's period was to allow them to further adapt to the laws of the universe and properly comprehend the martial arts or secret techniques that they had chosen. During this period, no one would challenge them. Therefore, the newcomer period was also known as the protection period. This period was 10 years. Once this protection period was over, it would be different. They could face challenges at any time. If they failed, they would have to pay a price. And during the newcomer period, other than giving the newcomers time to adapt, it was also meant to observe how these newcomers performed in these 10 years and then give some evaluations and so on. Chen Zong knew all this. After all, Ao Wu had already said it before. And now, Chen Zong had started his closed-door cultivation to properly comprehend the supreme cultivation technique he had chosen from the secret pavilion. He wanted to comprehend it thoroughly and cultivate it successfully as soon as possible. Chapter 2437. Time was the most fleeting thing in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In other words, the protection period for this batch of newcomers had ended. Next, they would have to compete with the many geniuses in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and be washed away by the long river of competition. They were like grains of sand being washed and washed by the wave. Whether they turned into pearls or were washed to the edge and stranded depended on one's ability. 10 years have passed. The protection period is over. Let's go and test the abilities of this batch of newcomers. Those who had entered the Nine Heavens Imperial Court earlier but had not broken through to the Divine Manifestation realm moved one after another, targeting the newcomers who had just passed the protection period. At the same time, some of the Primordial Tribe members also move. What right does a mere human from the third sequence void have to stand side by side with us? One of the Primordial Tribe members had a cold expression, and cold light shot out from his eyes, as if he could pierce through the void. That's right. It's already good enough for such lowly life forms to enter the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. How dare they dream of standing side by side with us? Chase them out. I can't hold back anymore. Let's go and chase that human out. Even so, we can't go against the rules. Let's do it the normal way, one of the Primordial Tribe members said with a smile. In the Heart Sword Palace on the Heart Sword Peak, Chen Zong was still in seclusion, continuing to comprehend. Immediately, Chen Zong opened his eyes. Because the comprehension this time had exhausted his mental strength to the limit, he had to recover for a while before he could continue comprehending. Difficult. Chen Zong muttered to himself as he circulated the 33 heavens of mind to speed up the recovery of his mental strength, his brows slightly furrowed. The technique Chen Zong chose was the Nine Heavens Breath Gale Annihilation Force. It was a supreme technique that focused on speed and sharpness. Once Chen Zong comprehended it, he knew that its profundity was incomparably profound. More importantly, it involved the laws of the universe and not the laws of the void. In addition, it was very different from all the cultivation techniques he had cultivated in the past. In other words, Chen Zong's accumulation of cultivation techniques in the past was not very helpful. It was almost as if he had to comprehend it step by step, starting from the most basic. This feeling was full of challenges, which made Chen Zong feel very excited. Although he encountered many difficulties, Chen Zong was never discouraged. In the beginning, Chen Zong's comprehension did not improve at all because of the laws of the universe. Adapting to the training grounds was only the most basic adaptation. It was only the initial adaptation. There was still a huge gap between them and the complete adaptation. Furthermore, Chern Zong came from the third-tier void and was even the first batch of people from that void to enter here. This also showed that there was still a gap between the third-tier void where Chern Zong was from and the third-tier void that entered the Nine Heavens Imperial Court earlier. This gap was reflected in the gap between the law of the void and the law of the universe. In other words, the gap between the law of the void where Chern Zong was born and the law of the universe was immeasurable. Chern Zong was born, grew up, and cultivated there. He had long imprinted the law of the void in his bones and directly into his spirit. Now that he came to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, it was like entering the universe. It was a sudden jump from the lowest level of the void law to the law of the universe. If it were not for the 1 year in the training grounds and the initial adaptation, he would have no clue at all. Even so, it was not so easy to completely adapt to the law of the universe. After all, the law of the void was deeply rooted in his spirit. Now, it was equivalent to replacing it with the law of the universe. Since the law of the universe was much more advanced than the law of the void, the speed of replacement would not be too fast. However, it was still replaced now. It was just that it took 7 years. For 7 years, he had been immersed in the law of the universe, especially the law of the fifth heaven. He finally adapted at all times. During those 7 years, no matter how Chern Zong comprehended the annihilation force of the Nine Heavens breath gale, he always had a feeling that he could not get the hang of it. It was as if there was a barrier. It was not until he had truly adapted to the law of the universe that the barrier in comprehending the martial art formula disappeared. However, this supreme martial art formula was really too profound. Even if Chern Zong often activated the 10 intents of mind to comprehend it, the progress he made was very mediocre. In the final analysis, it was because his birth was too different from the law of the universe. If he was born in the first-tier void, with his talent, he would have cultivated this supreme martial art formula to a certain extent. No, he did not need a first-tier void. A second-tier void should be enough. After all, the law of the second-tier void was much more complete than that of the third-tier void. It was closer to the law of the universe. However, there was no other way. He could not choose his birth. In terms of his innate ability to adapt to the law, he was not as good as other life forms in the void. This had nothing to do with the level of cultivation talent or the level of comprehension. However, Chern Zong did not feel annoyed, dissatisfied, or even jealous. There was no need for that. He thought back to the time when he was born with weak qi and blood and could not cultivate. However, he continued to strive for self-improvement and never gave up. That was how he got the opportunity to change his fate and seized it. If he did not have that kind of self-improvement and tenacity at that time, even if he got the opportunity, he would not have been able to rise in adversity. He would not have been able to move forward, climb the peak, surpass his peers and even his seniors, and come to where he was today. Perhaps he would have faded into the crowd long ago. Those prodigies from the first-tier void should have cultivated the supreme martial art formula to a certain extent. Chern Zong secretly guessed. After all, those people were quite talented and could adapt to the law of the universe very quickly. Of course, there might be some who had not cultivated it. Fortunately, after 3 years, I finally comprehended the first level of the annihilation force of the Nine Heaven breath gale. However, the second level is too difficult. I must first cultivate the first level before I am qualified to comprehend it. Chern Zong said to himself. Next, I will continue to cultivate in seclusion until I master the first level of the annihilation force of the Nine Heaven breath gale. The annihilation force of the Nine Heaven breath gale gave Chern Zong a feeling that it was very profound. Even the first level was much more advanced than the Genesis sword technique that he cultivated. If he mastered the first level, Chern Zong was confident that his strength would be even stronger. Then, he would continue to cultivate in seclusion after his mind power was fully recovered. When his mind power was fully recovered, Chen Zong was ready to continue cultivating the first level of the annihilation force of the 9 heaven breath gale. "Come out, human." A cold voice that was full of arrogance suddenly rang out. It was like rolling thunder that shook the heavens and the earth. The entire Heart Sword Peak seemed to be shaking as well. That voice carried a sense of superiority and an irresistible penetrating force. It penetrated everything and directly entered Chen Zong's ears. "Who is it?" Chen Zong could not help but frown. He was just about to cultivate the first level of the annihilation force of the 9 heaven breath gale. Who would disturb him? "Human, the 10-year protection period is up. Come out quickly." The voice rang out again. Chen Zong suddenly realized that 10 years had passed without him noticing. 10 years was the rookie protection period. Now, he had been cultivating in seclusion for 10 years. Although Chen Zong knew before, he did not think too much about it because all his attention was attracted by the annihilation force of the 9 heaven breath gale. He temporarily ignored everything else. It seemed that his intention to continue cultivating in seclusion was interrupted. Chen Zong got up and stepped forward. He retreated from the secret chamber and walked out. Finally, he walked out of the Heart Sword Palace. Outside the Heart Sword Palace, other than some Heart Sword Peak attendants, there were 3 other figures. Silver Hair, Polychoria, Origin Tribe. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly. His expression was stern. Once the rookie protection period was over, newcomers would often be challenged. This was very normal, especially for the true disciples. However, Chen Zong did not expect that the first person to challenge him would be the Origin Tribe. The Origin Tribe was a native race of the universe. Compared to the life forms from the void, they were naturally noble life forms. Because they were born in the universe, they were born to enjoy the nourishment of the natural order. This was something that the void races could not compare to. Therefore, they did not need to adapt to the natural order of the universe. They could cultivate directly. Their cultivation speed and efficiency were not something that the void races could compare to. At the same cultivation level, the Origin Tribe was often younger. They were even younger than the void races. The difference in age was more than double. For example, if a first-rank void race prodigy took 100 years to cultivate to the God-focus realm, the Origin Tribe would only need 50 years. This was the difference between them. In addition, the Origin Tribe was often more outstanding in the application of power. This was determined by their innate factors. It could be said that the Origin Tribe occupied the majority of the powerhouses in the 9 heavens imperial court. Moreover, almost all of them were ranked at the top. Such Origin Tribe members were arrogant, especially when facing the void races. Unexpectedly, they actually came to look for Chen Zong personally. Although Chen Zong would not belittle himself, he was also very surprised. It felt as if a noble had come to visit a commoner's house personally. Although surprised, Chen Zong still greeted them with a sword salute and asked slowly, "May I know what advice you have for coming here?" "Advice?" One of the Origin Tribe members suddenly revealed a mocking expression. "That's right, we're here to advise you. The 10-year rookie protection period has passed. Go to the death arena. Let me see what kind of ability a lowly lifeform from the third-order void like you has to be able to enter primordial," the Origin said once more, his mocking tone becoming more and more obvious. From the other party's words, Chen Zong could tell that his attitude was not friendly at all. There was a kind of arrogance that came from his bones. The other 2 Origin Tribe members did not speak. However, their gazes were indifferent and also carried some contempt. To be honest, if it were not for this reason, they would not have condescended to personally look for a lowly lifeform. Now, they would act according to the rules of the 9 heavens imperial court and send him away to prevent him from leaving a bad reputation for the Origin Tribe. The other party's attitude made Chen Zong frown slightly. However, he was not angry. He calmed down and took out the black wind bird puppet. It spread its wings and flew high, leaving the heart sword peak and heading towards the death arena. Baidu search Xing 81 Chinese network. No advertising message. Chapter 2438. The Death Battle Ring was a small space opened up by the experts of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. It was specially made for the people of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to fight in. Inside, they could attack without any qualms. It didn't matter even if they killed their opponents because there was no real death in the Death Battle Ring. Like a gust of wind between heaven and earth, it was hard to detect. A streak of flowing light had already crossed the sky, as though it was close at hand. In the blink of an eye, it was approaching Chen Zong. Fast. Too fast. Chen Zong was shocked. Subconsciously, he swung his sword. The sword light broke through the sky, as though it could pierce through the sun and moon. However, this sword missed completely. On the contrary, a terrifying force hit his body directly. The sword robe formed by the Nine Heavens soldier armor swayed slightly, immediately weakening the force of this attack by 10%. However, the remaining 90% passed through the sword robe and penetrated Chen Zong's protective energy, directly hitting his body. Chen Zong's body trembled unconsciously. The place where he was hit seemed to have been penetrated. Waves of piercing pain spread rapidly, and he was sent flying backward. However, the opponent didn't stop. The second and third attack came consecutively. Chen Zong couldn't react in time because the speed was too fast. After 3 attacks, Chen Zong was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Waves of piercing pain came from his chest. Waves of impact spread, and he was torn apart. His vitality was drained, and he died in the blink of an eye. However, in just 3 breaths, Chen Zong came back to life again. One wouldn't really die in the death battle arena. How could it be? After coming back to life, Chen Zong was even more shocked. His opponent's cultivation was the same as his. According to the cultivation realms of the universe, they were both at the spirit condensation realm, and at the peak of the spirit condensation realm. With the same cultivation, why couldn't he withstand his opponent's attacks and be defeated in an instant? He felt that his opponent was even more terrifying than the one on the first level of the battle tower. Unbelievable! Especially his opponent's speed, which was extremely fast. It was so fast that he couldn't react in time. You have lost. According to the rules, you have to hand over 100 Cosmos God crystals. This Origin clansman placed his hands behind his back and stared coldly at Chen Zong. His tone was filled with mockery. This was the rule of the challenge after the rookie period. Those who won would receive 100 Cosmos God crystals, and those who lost would have to hand over 100 Cosmos God crystals. If there weren't enough Cosmos God crystals, they would have to use other things to replace it, like treasures or pills. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court encouraged competition between disciples, but had strict rules that forbade anyone from using any means to force others to place heavy bets on a battle. This was to prevent people from using such challenges to get rich. Of course, if one didn't have Cosmos God crystals and used other methods to replace them, that would be a different matter altogether. But even if one took a step back, 100 Cosmos God crystals was not a small sum. To a God condensation realm expert, it was a huge fortune. Even to God phase realm experts, 100 Cosmos God crystals wasn't a small sum. Chen Zong knew of this rule. After handing over 100 Cosmos God crystals to the other party, he still had close to 900 Cosmos God crystals left. For 10 years, I allowed you to stay in the Yema heaven, allowing you to be nourished by the origin energy of the Yema heaven and soak in the laws of the cosmos. But now, you haven't even completed the first level of the supreme cultivation technique. What qualifications do you have to be one of my origin clansmen? This Origin clansman who defeated Chen Zong became colder and colder. Chen Zong didn't say anything. A loss was a loss. There was no excuse to speak of, and there was no reason to find. Because no matter how many excuses and reasons there were, they were all fake. Only strength was real. If he had one, it would be a different story. Excuses and reasons were only needed by the weak. Now, it's my turn. The second Origin clansman spoke. He took a step forward and challenged Chen Zong. Even though he knew he wasn't his opponent, Chen Zong's eyes narrowed. He didn't retreat at all. Fight. Unavoidable. Even though Chen Zong could refuse, he didn't want to. It was nothing more than a defeat. Fighting could also let him know how strong the other party was. It could also motivate him further. I'll let you make the first move. Show me your strongest strength. This Origin clansman didn't attack immediately. Instead, he sneered. Without hesitation, Chen Zong exploded with his maximum strength and displayed the 11th sword of the 9-layered true sword. The sword light flashed in an instant and turned into a beam. It pierced through the sky and attacked. The shocking sharpness spread out in an instant. It was as if the world had lost its color. The Origin clansman's eyes narrowed. A smile appeared on his face. This sword is a little interesting, but it's still not enough. As he spoke, he also attacked. He clenched his fist and slowly pulled it back. After a slight pause, he suddenly punched out. With a boom, it was as if the void was shattered. It was as if a giant was waving his arm and punching out a terrifying punch. This punch contained extreme strength. It was as if everything in the world would be shattered. There was no way to resist it. The sword light collided with the overbearing fist strength. In an instant, the sharp sword light seemed to be extremely fragile and shattered. The power of the punch didn't seem to weaken. It continued to attack and hit Chen Zong's body. After being weakened by 10%, the remaining 90% shattered Chen Zong's protective power. Chen Zong was sent flying. His whole body seemed to be crushed. He died again. The Heart Seal treasure robe was a treasure in the void. It couldn't exert any effect in the universe. Otherwise, Chen Zong wouldn't have been injured like this. Defeated. Another defeat. The resurrected Chen Zong had to hand over another 100 Cosmos God crystals. If that's your strongest power, then I'm really disappointed. However, rules are rules. The third Origin stepped out. His face was full of disdain. He hooked his finger at Chen Zong and said, "Make your move. I'll let you know what despair is." Without hesitation, Chen Zong unleashed his maximum power and opened the sword world. The sword world spread out and covered a radius of 20,000 meters. It also covered his opponent. Immediately, 100 sword lights condensed. Each sword light contained Chen Zong's maximum power. The 100 sword lights condensed into 10 in an instant. 10 swords as one. This method is even more interesting. The other two Origin race members who had won the challenge were slightly stunned. They immediately laughed. However, their expressions were calm. It seemed that they were just surprised. The Origin race member who was targeted by the 10 sword lights smiled. His body shook, and a vast and endless aura spread out. The aura was pure and vigorous, giving people a feeling that it was endless. Kill. The 10 sword lights immediately displayed the 8th sword of the 9-fold true sword. It was also the strongest sword move that Chen Zong could display with the sword world. The Origin race member also made his move. His palms carried a vast and boundless power. He suddenly pushed them out. Rumbling sounds could be heard continuously. It was as vast and terrifying as the shaking of the heavens and earth. It was as vast and mighty as an ocean with millions of waves rolling up. 10 rays of sword light shot into the ocean, breaking through the layers of waves and ceaselessly closing in on the enemy. However, they were also ceaselessly attacked and weakened by the ocean-like energy. In the end, they were unable to resist the peerlessly powerful energy and were completely obliterated, dissipating into the ocean. Chen Zong's expression couldn't help but change. The 10 streaks of sword light had been completely obliterated, not shattered. As a result, they couldn't be reforged. They had to expend even more energy to condense new streaks of sword light. However, when Chen Zong exhausted all his power, the sword lights could not break through the opponent's ocean of power. Instead, they were attacked. Under the repeated attacks, he could no longer withstand and was killed. 3 battles, 3 defeats. Chen Zong lost 300 Cosmos God crystals. These 3 battles also made Chen Zong realize that the gap between him and the origin race prodigies was too big. They were easily defeated. They were even more tyrannical and terrifying than the opponents on the first level of the battle tower. Moreover, Chen Zong also felt the terror of the 3 supreme cultivation techniques from these 3 origin race members. The first origin race member should have cultivated the annihilation of the 9 heavens breath wind. The second origin race member should have cultivated the 9 heavens soul tyrant technique. The third origin race member should have cultivated the 9 heavens 10,000 origin condensation technique. Although he was defeated, Chen Zong also saw the shocking potential of the 3 supreme cultivation technique. Human, a lowly life form from the 3rd sequence void. You are not qualified to stay in primal, the first origin race member said. His voice was cold and sharp. If you know what's good for you, leave primal yourself. Don't embarrass yourself. You are not qualified to be with us, the second origin race member said coldly. If you don't leave, we will find a way to make you unable to stay, the third origin race member also threatened. Chen Zong finally understood why they had come in person. They wanted him to leave primal. Primal was a force of the origin race members. They were ostracizing Chen Zong. Of course, if Chen Zong had won these 3 battles, these 3 origin race members would not have said so. In the end, everything still came from strength. Human Chen Zong, I have already cultivated the 9 heavens 10,000 origin condensation technique. It's time to find you and avenge my humiliation. In the 4th heaven, Wuji heaven, Mo Luogu came out of seclusion. His eyes shone with a terrifying light, and his aura was extremely vigorous. He issued a challenge to Chen Zong. This kind of challenge did not matter which heaven one was in. Anyone could issue it as long as they were willing. In the death arena, Chen Zong and Mo Luogu appeared one after the other. Fight! Mo Luogu roared. Immediately, his power surged. Black fog surged as if it was about to turn into an ocean. It was extremely vigorous. Chen Zong's expression changed, and his pupils contracted. This kind of aura was clearly the aura of someone who had cultivated the 9 heavens 10,000 origin condensation technique. Of course, there would be differences when different races cultivated the same technique. For example, the demon tribe and the celestial tribe were born with different auras. Therefore, after cultivating the same technique, their auras would be different. However, they had one thing in common, and that was the vigorous and pure power. That was the essence of the 9 heavens 10,000 origin condensation technique. Mo Luogu's strength was already very strong. Now that he had cultivated the 9 heavens 10,000 origin condensation technique, he was even more terrifying. However, compared to the 3 origin race members from before, there was still a gap. At least, he could not crush Chen Zong. Fight! Fierce battle! After a fierce battle, Chen Zong used all his techniques, and Mo Luogu also used 100% of his strength. However, he also used the Dark Extermination, which was a fusion of the Great Tao of Darkness and the Great Tao of Destruction. He defeated Chen Zong. Low-level life forms will always be low-level life forms. Mo Luogu left with 100 Cosmos God crystals. As he left, he was full of mockery. Chapter 2439. 5th Heaven, Yema Heaven, Primordial Palace. In a grand and exquisite hall, everything seemed so harmonious and natural, and it contained an indescribable realm. There were 5 primordial clan members in the palace, each of them exuding an extremely shocking aura. That aura seemed to be in harmony with the heavenly Tao. Ao Wu was among them. The primordial clan member sitting at the head of the table had the most profound and mysterious aura. His eyes seemed to contain endless mysteries as they pierced through the void and landed on Ao Wu. Ao Wu, the member you made an exception to recruit is not that great. This person's voice was ethereal, neither high nor low, and there was no accusation in it, but it made Ao Wu's expression change. Palace Master, I made an error in judgment. Ao Wu immediately stood up and responded with an ugly expression, but he still explained, originally, when I saw that the human was a third-rank void being, but was able to obtain a fifth-rank evaluation, surpassing many others, I guessed that perhaps this human was extraordinarily talented, but was limited by the void rules. That was why I made an exception to recruit him, thinking that he might be a great general for Primordial, but I didn't expect him to be so disappointing. Ao Wu, the human you made an exception to recruit has been defeated in a row recently. Before the Palace Master could speak again, the other Primordial clan members laughed one after another. It's not a big deal if he lost to us Primordial clan members, but even those from the fourth and third heavens couldn't win against him. Humph, what a disgrace! With the cultivation environment of Yema Heaven, he couldn't even cultivate the first level of the supreme technique after 10 years. This kind of talent is too weak. From the looks of it, his performance in the trial grounds was only temporary, just like that meteor. Since ancient times, such people have performed amazingly at a certain stage, but it's usually temporary. It's not surprising that they can't withstand the test. After all, he's only a third-rank void being, and a human without any special talent. Recently, the juniors in Primordial have been very dissatisfied, and they have all given me feedback that a third-rank void being is not qualified to be on the same level as them. Sentence after sentence, Ao Wu's expression became more and more ugly. Ao Wu, since you've made an exception to recruit this person, I'll leave it to you to deal with him. Give him two choices. Either he leaves Primordial, or he becomes a servant if he wants to stay. The Palace Master's voice rang out once more in an unhurried manner. Yes, I'll deal with it right away. Ao Wu bowed, then turned and left, exploding with shocking speed toward the Heartsword Peak. Before long, he was there. Above the Heartsword Palace, Ao Wu stood in the air and looked down, as if he could see through everything. Chernzong, come out and see me. Ao Wu's tone was majestic, with a hint of anger. As his terrifying aura spread out, all the living beings on the Heartsword Peak trembled. After all, in the entire Heartsword Peak, the most powerful person was Jiao Yi, who was only at the divine phase realm. He was far inferior to Ao Wu. Chernzong was in closed-door training. He planned to master the first level of the annihilation force of the Nine Heavens Breath Gale. He believed that as long as he mastered it, there would be a significant change in his strength. However, when he heard the voice, Chernzong recognized that it was Ao Wu's voice. He immediately came out of closed-door training. Master Ao Wu. Chernzong bowed. Chernzong, you disappoint me. Ao Wu's eyes were cold and sharp, filled with anger. A terrifying aura descended, as if it wanted to crush Chernzong. Chernzong's body trembled. He felt as if his internal organs had suffered a heavy blow. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, but with his strong will, he didn't fall. The people of the Origin clan challenged you, and you lost. It's reasonable, it's understandable. However, in the next 7 challenges, there were challenges from the disciples of the 4th layer of heaven, and you lost again. Considering the difference in your background, it's still understandable. However, in the 3rd layer of heaven, you lost as well. What do you have to say? Chernzong's expression changed slightly, but he didn't panic. Master Ao Wu, I have nothing to say. Chernzong replied calmly. Indeed, he had been challenged 10 times, and he lost all 10 times. There were 5 challenges from the 4th heaven true disciples. They were respectively from the same batch of trial takers as him, Great Rock Force Emoluagu, and so on. They had all begun to cultivate the first layer of the supreme art. Their strength had immediately transformed, and they were completely different. As for the two challenges from the third layer of heaven, they were from Wu Xiu and the others who had also mastered the first layer of the supreme technique. Chen Zong realized that the difference between those who had mastered the supreme technique and those who hadn't was very obvious. Therefore, he lost all 10 challenges in a row, and lost all his Cosmos God crystals. He even used up some pills. It could be said that Chen Zong didn't have a single Cosmos God crystal on him. He was simply poor. I guess you have nothing to say. The treatment of a true disciple, the cultivation environment of the fifth layer of heaven, and you didn't improve at all. Disappointing, I'm extremely disappointed. Aowu snorted again. Now I'll give you two choices. Either you continue to stay in Primal, but your status will be demoted from an official member to an attendant. If you perform well in the future, there's still hope for you to become an official member again. Or you leave Primal. The last 4 words were like rolling thunder, and everyone on the Heart Sword Peak turned pale with fright. Chen Zong's expression also changed involuntarily. 2 choices, demotion to an attendant, and leaving Primal. How to choose? Without any hesitation, Chen Zong made his choice. His expression was solemn as he bowed to Aowu. Master Aowu, thank you for taking me in as an exception. But now I've disappointed you. I'm sorry, but my choice is to leave Primal. Aowu's expression was cold, and the void seemed to be frozen, making it hard for people to breathe or move. Every breath felt as long as a year. After 3 breaths, Aowu spoke again. All right, since you've made your choice, we'll do as you wish. But Primal isn't a place where you can join or leave as you wish. The only way is to expel you. Also, everything you've obtained in Primal must be returned. The word expel caused Chen Zong's expression to change slightly, but it soon returned to normal. Leaving and being expelled, the result was the same, but the meaning was different. One was to leave by oneself and leave with dignity. The other was to be expelled, and it was very embarrassing. But Chen Zong wasn't dissatisfied, or at least didn't express any dissatisfaction. Because facing a colossus like Primal, any dissatisfaction was useless. The other thing that troubled Chen Zong was the Cosmos God crystals. The resources he obtained from Primal were 500 Cosmos God crystals and some pills. Other than that, there was the time he had to enter the Refinement Dao World and Innocent Mountain. Chen Zong hadn't used the time, he had to enter the Refinement Dao World and Innocent Mountain. Thus, Primal could take it back, leaving behind the portion that belonged to Chen Zong when he became a 5th layer true disciple. The problem lay in the Cosmos God crystals. In the previous 10 battles, Chen Zong was defeated time and time again. For every defeat, he had to hand over 100 Cosmos God crystals. For the 10th battle, he didn't even have 100 Cosmos God crystals, and he had to take out a portion of pills as compensation. But now, Chen Zong didn't even have a single Cosmos God crystal. Even the Cosmos God crystal within the Black Wind Bird puppet had been taken away. Oh, this Black Wind Bird puppet was given to him by Primal, and now it had to be taken back. Without half a Cosmos God crystal on him, Chen Zong naturally couldn't return it. As for those pills, other than the portion that was used to compensate the Cosmos God crystals after he lost, there was still a portion left. It was enough for him to return it to Primal, and there was still a portion left. In view of the fact that you lost 10 battles and lost a total of 1,000 Cosmos God crystals, I can make the decision to allow you to postpone it for 10 years. Aowu was also aware of Chen Zong's situation. He coldly said, but there is an interest. Within 10 years, you have to return 500 Cosmos God crystals. Other than that, you have to pay an additional 100 Cosmos God crystals every year. If you can't do it, you have to use the comprehension time in the refinement Tao world to replace it. The first part of Ao Wu's words made Chen Zong heave a sigh of relief. But the latter part made Chen Zong's expression change. 500 Cosmos God crystals, and he had to return it within 10 years. Furthermore, he had to pay an additional 100 Cosmos God crystals every year. It was simply terrifying. If he had to return it after 10 years, he would have to pay 1,500 Cosmos God crystals. And if he didn't return it within 10 years, he would have to use the comprehension time in the refinement Tao world to replace it. 500 Cosmos God crystals might not be a small amount, but the comprehension opportunity in the refinement Tao world was extremely rare. Not to mention 500 Cosmos God crystals, even 5,000 Cosmos God crystals couldn't be bought. After all, the comprehension opportunity in the refinement Tao world wasn't bought with Cosmos God crystals. One had to complete some missions to be qualified to obtain it. Ao Wu's actions seemed to be considerate of Chen Zong, but in fact, he was digging a hole and planning to bury Chen Zong. Although Chen Zong was somewhat shocked and angry, there was nothing he could do. This was the difference between them. I will definitely return enough Cosmos God crystals within 10 years. Chen Zong felt aggrieved, but he still took a deep breath and replied word by word. Remember your words. You only have 10 years. Ao Wu coldly glanced at Chen Zong, then turned and left. Looking at the back of Ao Wu, Chen Zong only felt a ball of flame burning in his chest. It was burning fiercely, and waves of heat kept rolling over and over. It was like a volcano's magma that could erupt at any time and destroy everything. This made Chen Zong feel that the breath he exhaled carried an indescribable heat. Taking deep breaths, over and over again, his chest that was about to explode gradually calmed down. It was useless to be angry. Only by feeling ashamed and working hard to improve oneself was the right path. Especially in a place like this where he had no one to rely on. The only thing he could rely on was his own strength. When he was strong enough, the one who should be angry was others, not himself. Next, I will go into seclusion with all my strength. I will strive to master the first level of the annihilation force of the 9 heavens breath gale in the shortest time possible. I will do my best to improve myself and become stronger before challenging others. Chen Zong clenched his fists and said to himself. His figure flashed, and he immediately rushed into the Heart Sword Palace to continue his seclusion. This time, he was like a hidden dragon waiting to soar to the 9 heavens in the future. Chapter 2440. Chen Zong had already comprehended the first level of mystery of the 9 heavens breath wind annihilation force. What he lacked was cultivation. But because he was constantly being challenged, he could not cultivate properly. Now, he should be able to focus wholeheartedly on closed-door cultivation. When Chen Zong began his closed-door cultivation, a piece of news was spread from Primal. In the shortest time possible, it swept across the 9 heavens imperial court, especially from the 1st heavens to the 5th heavens. It caused an uproar. Chen Zong, a human from the 3rd sequence void, who was one of the 3 5th-grade trial takers, had been taken in as a member by Primordial 10 years ago. However, his performance in the past 10 years was mediocre, and he had been challenged 10 times and lost all 10 times. He was no longer qualified to stay in Primordial, and since then, Primordial had expelled him. In addition, Chen Zong owed Primal 500 Cosmos God crystals and was unable to repay it. He was allowed to postpone it for 10 years. He had to repay it within 10 years. Every year, he would have to pay an additional 100 Cosmos God crystals. If he could not repay all the Cosmos God crystals after 10 years, he would have to use the time spent in the refinement path world to replace it. When this piece of news spread across the 9 heavens imperial court, it caused a huge commotion. He was expelled. He still owed a debt that had to be paid off within 10 years. Furthermore, every year, he would have to pay an additional 100 Cosmos God crystals, increasing the debt. If he could not repay it, he would have to use the time spent in the refinement path world to replace it. This Primal is so overbearing. Primal has always been a man of his word. What's so strange about it? But this time, he seems to be targeting him too much. Indeed. He is merely a third-rank void space, lowly lifeform human. It's fine to expel him, but he is actually so harsh. In my opinion, that Ao Wu should be angry out of humiliation. After all, he was the one who made an exception to recruit that human. The experts of the various forces discussed endlessly, and their analysis of the facts was not far from the truth. Indeed, it was the original decision to expel Ao Wu, but the interest and time to comprehend the refinement path were added by Ao Wu himself, because he had made an exception and recruited Chen Zong. If Chen Zong had performed well, Ao Wu would have been praised for his ability to recognize talent. He might have even been rewarded. However, the truth was that Chen Zong's performance was mediocre. It could only be described as unbearable. As for Ao Wu, not only did he not receive any praise, he was also ridiculed by the others. He was even scolded by the Palace Lord. To Ao Wu, this was unacceptable. It was as if he had lost all his face. Ao Wu, who was angry out of humiliation, naturally treated Chen Zong harshly to release the anger in his heart. If they weren't in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, he might have killed Chen Zong directly. The Fifth Heaven. Within the Tao Alliance's sub-alliance. This Ao Wu is really unscrupulous, Lin Ming said coldly. Lin Ming said in a cold voice. Soon after, he looked towards the elder seated at the head of the table. The elder's aura was faintly discernible, as though there were wisps of clouds lingering around his body. He appeared increasingly mysterious. Palace Master, I suggest that we recruit Chen Zong into our Tao alliance. Wait, I have an opinion. A long-haired human man suddenly spoke up. His aura was rough, and his voice was deep. That Chen Zong has already been expelled by Primordial. He has been evaluated as a mediocre talent who can't be nurtured. Is our Tao alliance recruiting him for the sake of raising him? Lingjin, that Chen Zong's performance is definitely not as bad as Primordial said. A clansman from the third sequence void was able to obtain a 5th-grade trial evaluation and defeat most of the 4 great races. This is definitely not a fluke, Lin Ming said seriously. Then, he looked at the old man at the head of the table and said again, Palace Lord, I think very highly of that Chen Zong. I think that what he lacks is time and opportunity. As long as he is given enough time and the right opportunity, he will definitely rise to prominence once he truly adapts to the cultivation environment of the universe. What guarantee do you have? Ling Zhen sneered. This time, Lin Ming ignored him. Instead, he looked at the Palace Lord and waited for him to make a decision. The Palace Lord pondered for a long while before saying, That Chen Zong may not be from the same void as us, but his bloodline is that of the human race. It is reasonable for him to become a member of our Tao alliance. Lin Ming and Ling Zhen did not speak. The others did not speak either, because they all knew that the Palace Lord still had something to say. Lin Ming, since you are so insistent, I will leave the matter of contacting Chen Zong to you. The Palace Lord turned his gaze to Lin Ming and said slowly, If that Chen Zong is willing, he can become a member of our Tao alliance. If he is unwilling, then forget it. Also, there is one thing that you need to make clear to that Chen Zong. If he is willing to join our Tao alliance, then there are conditions. The Palace Lord said seriously, Give that Chen Zong a test. If he can pass the test, then our Tao alliance will place him in the highest order of cultivation for prodigies. If he fails, then he will only receive the lowest order of cultivation. Palace Lord, may I know what the test is? Lin Ming could not help but ask after some thought. After all, the difference between the highest order of cultivation for prodigies and the lowest order of cultivation was very obvious. This test is related to the predicament that Chernzong is currently facing. The Palace Lord smiled. Didn't that primal want Chernzong to repay all the Cosmos God crystals within 10 years? This test means that Chernzong can only repay all the Cosmos God crystals within 10 years with his own ability. He cannot have the help of others, nor can he sell any treasures or cultivation opportunities. Does anyone have any objections to this Palace Lord's decision? The Palace Lord swept his gaze across the others. If that Chernzong passes the test, then it proves that he is indeed capable and is worth nurturing. I have no objections. One of them immediately expressed his opinion. Even Lingzhen, who had been against Lin Ming several times, curled his lips and did not voice any objections. After all, it was not easy to repay all the Cosmos God crystals that Primal owed within 10 years with his own ability. That would require at least 500 Cosmos God crystals, and at most 1,500 Cosmos God crystals. Not to mention 1,500 Cosmos God crystals, even 500 Cosmos God crystals was extremely difficult to obtain. Given Chernzong's current ability, he did not have the qualifications to leave the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to hunt and earn Cosmos God crystals. Furthermore, he could not sell any treasures or cultivation opportunities within the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. According to the current situation, there was only one way to obtain Cosmos God crystals. Challenge. That was to challenge other disciples and defeat them, obtaining Cosmos God crystals from them. Challenging and defeating them required strength, true strength. There was no shortcut. Furthermore, one had to win at least 5 times or even 10 times or more. If Chernzong could do it, it proved that he was capable enough, and he was worth the Tao Alliance to nurture or even focus on him. After obtaining the Palace Lord's permission, Lin Ming immediately left the Tao Alliance branch palace and headed towards the Heart Sword Peak. In terms of cultivation, Lin Ming was on the same level as Ao Wu. Of course, due to the difference between their races, Lin Ming's overall strength was not as strong as Ao Wu's. However, he was still an expert and could fly at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, Lin Ming arrived at the Heart Sword Peak. Go and tell your Peak Lord that the Tao Alliance Branch Palace Protector Lin Ming has come to visit. Lin Ming scanned the area with his spiritual sense and locked onto Jiao Yi. Yes. Jiao Yi was startled at first, but she quickly responded. To an attendant like her, both Primal and the Tao Alliance were existences that could not be offended. As for the protectors of the Tao Alliance, even if they were just branch protectors, they were existences that she could only look up to. She could kill them with a wave of her hand. However, compared to Primal and the other powers, the Tao Alliance's actions were gentler and more comfortable. Jiao Yi immediately entered the Heart Sword Palace and arrived outside Chernzong's closed-door cultivation room. She transmitted a message to Chernzong. Tao Alliance's Lin Ming. Within the secret room, Chernzong's expression changed when he received the message. He immediately stood up and exited his closed-door cultivation. Chernzong clearly remembered that it was Lin Ming from the Tao Alliance who had asked him to join Primal. From the other party's tone, Chernzong could hear the other party's goodwill. Of course, there was no way to predict what would happen next. No matter what, he had to come out of his closed-door cultivation to meet Lin Ming. However, compared to Primal, Lin Ming's methods were much gentler. He did not transmit a message directly. Instead, he sent Jiao Yi to inform Chernzong. This method was more comfortable. Chernzong greets Senior. Please come in and have a seat. Chernzong saw Lin Ming outside the Heart Sword Palace. Lin Ming was a middle-aged man in black robes. His skin was dark, but his expression was gentle. His eyes were filled with spirit and seemed to be boundlessly deep. Lin Ming did not stand on ceremony. He followed Chernzong into the Heart Sword Palace. Chernzong, let me apologize first. If it wasn't for my suggestion, you might not have suffered such humiliation. Lin Ming spoke first after sitting down. Senior, it's not your fault. It was my own choice. Chenzong shook his head and replied, besides, it's just a setback. It can't be considered a humiliation. Haha, it is indeed a setback. Lin Ming's expression changed. He had not expected Chenzong to view the matter this way. His temperament was indeed extraordinary. It surpassed many people. Lin Ming could not help but be more certain of his own judgment. With such temperament and talent, Chenzong would definitely achieve great things in the future as long as he was given the chance. At the very least, he would be able to add another protector to the Dao Alliance. He might even be able to advance to the next level if he was a powerful protector. All in all, Lin Ming was even more determined to recruit Chenzong into the Dao Alliance. Chenzong, I'll cut to the chase. I'm here to invite you to join the Dao Alliance. Lin Ming said directly. The Dao Alliance is an alliance of the various human races in the void. All members of the Dao Alliance are humans. Chenzong's heart skipped a beat. They were all part of the human race's Dao Alliance. Naturally, they felt closer to each other. The Dao Alliance is also more humane when it comes to the treatment of its members. Lin Ming smiled. Consider whether you want to join the Dao Alliance. However, you're still a newcomer. If you don't join a faction, you'll receive fewer resources. Your growth will be slower. It's very likely that you'll be surpassed by other geniuses of the same generation, Lin Ming said sincerely. Therefore, I hope you'll consider it carefully. Don't worry about other things just because of Yuan Chu. Chenzong's mind spun. He thought of many things at lightning speed and finally came to a decision. Chapter 2441. Lin Ming was obviously different from Ao Wu. Although Ao Wu had imparted some general knowledge about the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to him, he had only briefly mentioned it and did not go into detail. On the other hand, Lin Ming had explained it in great detail, allowing Chenzong to have a deeper understanding. Basically, Lin Ming had told Chenzong everything he knew, except for those that were more secretive or that Chenzong was not qualified to know at his current level. This conversation lasted for nearly an entire day. I won't disturb your cultivation. Lin Ming stood up and left. After sending Lin Ming out of the Heart Sword Palace, Chenzong returned and stepped into the secret chamber for closed-door cultivation. After talking with Lin Ming, he felt a little more confident and a little more urgent. The Dao Union. Chenzong's choice was to join the Dao Union and become a member. Just as Lin Ming had said, he had just arrived and had no foundation. If he was alone, it would be difficult for him to compete with other heavens' prides. After all, this place was different from the void. If he did not want to be left behind by other heavens' prides of the same generation, other than his own efforts, resources were also very important. Joining the Dao Union would be a good choice. After all, it was a force that belonged to the human race. Actually, he should not have agreed to Ao Wu's request from the start. If he had joined the Dao Union directly, he would have saved himself a lot of trouble. However, it was not too late now. At least, this experience and this setback had brought him more accumulation and growth. As for the conditions of the Dao Union's assessment, it was actually nothing much because it was something he had to do. He would win back Cosmos God crystals the way he had lost them. With a smile, Chenzong got rid of all distracting thoughts and began to cultivate. The annihilation force of the Nine Heavens Wind was divided into 5 levels. Each level was different and each level was stronger than the last. The first level had a name, which was Cool Breeze. Chenzong did not know why it had such a name, but it would not hinder his cultivation. Suddenly, Chenzong recalled the various information that Lin Ming had told him. He seemed to have missed something, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Each of the 9 divine palaces has its own mysteries. It seems that one of them is the Hurricane Palace. According to Senior Lin Ming, the Hurricane Palace is very suitable for practicing the annihilation force of the 9 Heaven Breath Gale, Chen Zong thought to himself and immediately walked out of the secret chamber. He quickly left Happy Sword Peak and headed for the Realm Gate Mountain. The 9 great sacred halls were the cultivation grounds of the 9 heavens imperial court. Each of them had their own mysteries. The Hurricane Hall could allow one to comprehend the mysteries of the Way of the Wind, and could also assist in the cultivation of the annihilation force of the 9 heavens breath gale. Of course, there was also the Physical Force Hall, which was beneficial to the cultivation of the 9 heavens physical force world tyrant technique. There was also the vast Origin Hall, which was beneficial to the cultivation of the 9 heavens myriad condensation technique. Chen Zong was a true disciple. Therefore, he could enter the 9 great holy palaces at will to cultivate. "Thank you, Elder He," Chen Zong said to Elder He. "Go." Elder He's smile was always so mysterious. When Chen Zong stepped into the portal leading to the Hurricane Hall, Elder He retracted his gaze. It seems that this little guy didn't suffer much of a blow. After stepping out of the portal, Chen Zong heard a continuous whistling sound. It was the sound of the wind. In the dark void, a huge storm that covered hundreds of thousands of meters was sweeping across. The storm was vast, as if it could destroy everything. Its power was shocking and terrifying. Just one look at it made Chen Zong's heart skip a beat. Just a little bit of it would be enough to turn him into ashes. In the mighty storm, the outline of a sacred hall was faintly discernible. The Hurricane Hall. When Chen Zong gradually approached, a wisp of storm aura overflowed and condensed into an illusory figure. It was Feng Ling, the manager of the Hurricane Hall. To enter the Hurricane Hall, one must go through Feng Ling's power. Otherwise, if one barged in directly, even someone of Lin Kuei's level would die. The Hurricane Hall was huge and had many secret rooms. Chen Zong entered one of the secret rooms. There was no one else, so he wouldn't be disturbed. This secret room was filled with a strong aura that constantly flowed and stirred up gusts of wind. It was the aura of the wind. Chen Zong was enveloped and soaked in the aura of the wind. Exhaling a long breath, Chen Zong seemed to relax. He was in a very comfortable state. All distracting thoughts were eliminated, and he began to cultivate the first level of the annihilation of the 9th heaven's breath, cool breeze. As the cultivation technique was activated, Chen Zong's sword energy was also driven. It slowly circulated along a path that was completely different from the Genesis sword energy technique. It was the first time he circulated it, and it was a new path. It was a little jerky and the speed was slow. After all, this was a new cultivation technique from the universe. It was more mysterious and the path was completely new. It was as if he was cultivating from the beginning. Little by little, Chen Zong spent a total of 10 days to complete the first cycle. However, as soon as he completed the cycle, a relaxed feeling arose spontaneously. It was as if a blocked pipe had been unblocked. Following this, his cultivation began to become smoother. Although it was a new cultivation technique, it wasn't a complete recultivation. The first step was to transform his sword energy into the power of the annihilation force of the 9 heavens breath gale, which was the first level of the nuclear wind force. The transformation wasn't very easy, but Chen Zong soon rejoiced that he had talked to Lin Ming. Otherwise, he would probably be cultivating slowly and bitterly in the Heart Sword Palace. Cultivating in the Hurricane Palace was even more beneficial. The aura of the wind in the surroundings was slowly seeping into his body. As the first level of the annihilation force of the 9 heavens breath gale circulated, it merged into Chen Zong's sword energy even faster. On the 15th day, the first wisp of the nuclear wind force was successfully transformed. Chen Zong's mind moved. Suddenly, a wisp of light green qi condensed on his fingertip. That light green qi was very thin, as if it was only a wisp of it. It condensed on Chen Zong's fingertip like a flickering flame, but also like a wisp of wind. It looked very small and weak, as if Chen Zong's finger moved a little more, it would be extinguished, dissipated, and completely disappear. But in fact, Chen Zong could clearly feel that the power contained in it was extremely shocking. It's not any weaker than my Taichu sword energy. Chen Zong was secretly surprised. And this was only the first level of power that had just been condensed. It was only the first level of power that had just been condensed. Another point was that the conversation with Lin Ming made him realize that in the universe, the power of cultivation techniques was very important. It had a very obvious impact on one's battle strength. Battle strength was a combination of cultivation, great ways, martial arts, and so on. In the past, cultivation was only a small part of Chen Zong's battle strength. It was the weakest link. But in the universe, it wasn't the same. Cultivation was an important part of battle strength, and was not inferior to great ways and martial arts. Because of this, the power of cultivation techniques became very important. However, Chen Zong didn't quite understand one thing. Since this power didn't seem to exceed his original power, why did Mo Luogu, who had been defeated by him before, become so terrifyingly powerful and defeat him after he had just mastered the first level of the supreme cultivation technique? Since he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't think about it for now. Cultivate. He continued to cultivate and convert the remaining sword energy into clear wind qi. When the time came, he believed that his strength would increase again. With the help of the wind qi in the Hurricane Palace, Chen Zong's conversion speed was not slow. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In the outside world, the news about Chen Zong had died down. Although it had caused quite a stir at that time, it would gradually calm down. Moreover, there was always news. For example, who had challenged whom, who had defeated whom, or who had challenged the 3 trial grounds to what extent. As soon as new news appeared, it would often replace the old news. Half a year was enough for Chen Zong to be forgotten. To them, he was just a human from the 3rd sequence void, a low-level life. He had been accepted by the primordial with some luck, but was expelled by the primordial because of his mediocre performance. For a time, he had become a laughingstock and a source of entertainment during cultivation. That was all. In the Hurricane Palace, endless wind qi filled the air and turned into gusts of wind that blew past. Chen Zong sat in the middle with his eyes closed. His body was surrounded by wisps of qi. Immediately, Chen Zong opened his eyes. In the depths of his pupils, there was a wisp of light blue that blew past like a gust of wind. In the next moment, Chen Zong's body trembled slightly. A terrifyingly pure aura swept out from his body like a gust of wind. It blew in all directions and immediately repelled the aura in the surroundings. Immediately, Chen Zong stretched out his hand and opened his palm. His 5 fingers were slightly bent, and wisps of light blue qi spread out. They gathered and lingered in his palm, turning into a gust of wind that swept past. It was slow and gentle, but there was a kind of tenacity. Gust of wind. Chen Zong muttered. Immediately, his fingers were like a sword. The wisp of light blue qi was integrated into his sword fingers in an instant. As Chen Zong gently drew, a light blue sword mark was left in front of him. Light, wanton, carefree, and extremely fast. So fast. It's twice as fast as when I was here. Chen Zong's eyes flashed with a bright light as he was secretly shocked. He stood up and his body flashed. In an instant, there were many afterimages in the secret chamber. Fast. Both the attack speed and the movement speed were much faster than before, more than twice as fast. The gap is so big. My cultivation and strength didn't increase much compared to before. Chen Zong was secretly shocked, but he gradually came to a realization. The primordial sword energy technique was, after all, a technique of the void. The sword energy cultivated was only the power of the void. Even if he had adapted to the laws of the universe, he could only use the power of the sword energy. The gust of wind he cultivated was the power of a powerful technique of the universe, the annihilation force of the ninth heaven. It was a technique that was born under the laws of the universe. When used in this part of the universe, it was like a fish in water. It was very compatible. One could only exert the basic power, while the other could be very compatible. It was clear at a glance which one was better. After unsheathing his sword, Chen Zong immediately practiced his swordsmanship to adapt to the new power. Although it didn't feel as strong as his sword energy, the power it exerted was twice as strong. It made his overall strength improve significantly. This was only the beginning of the gust of wind. If he continued to cultivate, he would be even stronger. Chapter 2442. It took Chen Zong half a year to master the first level of the annihilation of the nine heavens breath. After fully adapting to the new power, Chen Zong did not leave, but continued to cultivate. Another half a year passed, making it a full year. Every 10 years, a true disciple could enter any of the 9 great divine palaces to meditate and cultivate for a year. This time could be accumulated. For example, if one did not enter for 10 years, then in the next 10 years, this time would accumulate from 1 year to 2 years, and the time would be counted from the time one officially entered the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. In the first 10 years, Chen Zong had been adapting to the laws of the universe and meditating on the annihilation of the Nine Heavens breath. So he did not enter the 9 great divine palaces. Now that it was the second 10 years, he had 2 years. Chen Zong had also planned to spend 1 year in the Dark Wind Palace, and the second year in the Divine Martial Palace. As the name implied, the Divine Martial Hall was a divine hall related to martial art. The Way of the Sword was also included in it. The surroundings of the Divine Martial Palace were filled with numerous tyrannical auras. There were sharp auras, vigorous auras, and light auras. The auras were ever-changing. They were very mysterious and very frightening. When mixed together, Chen Zong's hair stood on end and his heart trembled. There was also a spirit in the Divine Martial Palace that sent Chen Zong into the palace. In the Divine Martial Palace there were many palaces, which together formed the Divine Martial Palace. Chen Zong chose the Sword Palace. The Sword Palace was very vast. Even if it accommodated tens of thousands of people at the same time, it would not be crowded at all. Moreover, Chen Zong also found that his power was suppressed from the moment he entered the Sword Palace, and he could not use it. In the Sword Palace there was already someone else here, but they had nothing to do with each other. Numerous pillars that were shaped like swords stood towering on the ground of the Sword Palace, and they pointed straight towards the dome. They were suffused with a faintly discernible sharp aura that was extremely sharp, and strands of sword qi coiled around the surroundings without end. Chen Zong glanced at the sword pillars. There were 99 of them. Each of them was 10 meters wide and more than 100 meters long. They were majestic and magnificent. From the outside, every sword pillar looked exactly the same. However, when Chen Zong carefully sensed it, he discovered that there was a difference in the aura contained within every sword pillar. This difference seems to represent different directions. Chen Zong could not help but guess. Of the 99 sword pillars, some had people in front of them, while others were empty. Chen Zong chose one of the sword pillars and started to meditate on it. As soon as he did, Chen Zong was astonished. Ninefold true sword. The mysteries contained within this sword pillar were the mysteries of the 9-layered true swords. How could it be? Suddenly, Chen Zong remembered what Senior Lin Ming had said. The 9-layered martial arts was the foundation of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. It was the foundation of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's martial arts. It was finally formed after countless modifications and improvements by the experts of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. It was the most suitable for building the foundation. It could be called the supreme inheritance for building the foundation of martial art. In the entire vast universe, it was also ranked among the top. The 9-layered true sword was included in the 9-layered martial art. When he first started to practice the 9-layered true sword, Chernzong felt that it was not simple. The more he practiced, the more extraordinary he felt. When he comprehended and deduced the 10th and 11th sword, Chernzong was even more certain that the 9-layered true sword was amazing. Because of this, Chernzong was even more surprised. This was only the foundation of martial arts that the 9 Heavens Imperial Court used to build the foundation. Amazing! All this time, Chernzong had been comprehending the 9-layered true sword on his own. When he deduced the 11th sword, he reached the peak. Now, the purpose of entering the Divine Martial Arts Palace was naturally to comprehend the way of the sword. He did not expect it to be the 9-layered true sword. Dispelling all distracting thoughts, Chernzong began to comprehend. As soon as he comprehended, Chernzong immediately felt the difference. There was a difference between the 9-layered true sword contained in the sword pillar and the 9-layered true sword that he had cultivated. When he first obtained the 9-layered true sword, he directly comprehended and cultivated it. What he comprehended was the sharpness of the sword. With a sword in hand, it was extremely sharp and could pierce through everything. However, the 9-layer true swords that he had comprehended were not about sharpness and profoundness, but about power. That silhouette wielded the sword and displayed the first, second, and third sword of the 9-layer true swords. As he continued to practice, each sword was stronger than the previous one, becoming more and more tyrannical. Every sword contained an extremely terrifying power. It was vigorous, powerful, and overbearing. It was as if it was using absolute power to suppress everything. It was as if an ancient mountain had crashed down, and its might was terrifying to the extreme. Each sword was better than the previous one. Its power was unparalleled. After comprehending for a while, Chernzong left the sword pillar and walked to the other sword pillars to comprehend again. Chernzong wanted to verify his thoughts. When he was comprehending the second sword pillar, a figure also appeared. The figure holding the sword was a figure condensed by countless sword chi. Each of the sword chi was light and agile. The figure condensed naturally exuded a light and agile aura. He drew the sword, practiced, and casually displayed the first sword of the 9-layered true sword. As soon as he displayed it, Chernzong saw that the figure's sword was extremely light and agile. It was different from the sharpness of the 9-layered true sword that he had comprehended. It was also different from the 9-layered true sword in the first sword pillar that he had just comprehended. In this way, Chernzong verified his thoughts. In this sword palace there were 99 sword pillars. Each sword pillar represented a different mystery of the 9-layered true sword. In other words, they were in different directions. How amazing was that? I don't have much time. I only have 1 year. I have to concentrate on comprehending only one kind. I can't disperse it. Chernzong thought to himself, what I'm comprehending is the mystery of the sharpness of the sword. It should be the best way to comprehend it. But which of the 9-layered true swords in the sword pillar represents the sharpness of the sword? Chernzong thought as he searched. He raised his perception to the extreme and carefully searched. Each of the 99 sword pillars had the same shape. It was impossible to distinguish them, but one could sense them from their auras. However, one must have a very sharp perception to be able to detect the subtle differences. After all, one had not entered the state of comprehension. The aura that was emitted was the pure aura of the 9-layered true swords, mixed with a trace of other mysterious auras. Chernzong's perception was very sharp, but he only sensed it after activating it to the extreme. Not long after, Chernzong sensed a sword pillar that contained a sharp aura. Unfortunately, someone was comprehending it. Once a sword pillar was comprehended by someone, no one else could comprehend it. In other words, if all 99 sword pillars were comprehended by someone, the visitor would not be able to step into the sword palace and could only wait. Fortunately, time could only be calculated when one actually stepped into the Sword Palace. "I'll wait and see," Chunzong said to himself. He did not know how long the other person would comprehend it, so he could only wait. However, Chunzong did not stay idle. While paying attention to the movements, he chose a sword pillar to comprehend. The mystery of the 9-layered true swords in this sword pillar was its speed. The first sword was very fast. The second sword was even faster. The third sword was even faster. Each sword was faster than the previous one. There was nothing but speed. Each sword was faster than the previous one. Speed was the only thing that mattered. Chunzong immediately started to comprehend it. With the powerful mind power, Chunzong directly activated the 10 intents of mind. Although he did not fully comprehend it and still needed to pay attention to the movements of the sword pillar that contained a sharp and mysterious aura, he still used the 9 intents of mind to comprehend the mystery of the sword pillar that contained the mystery of speed. The environment of the universe and the void was very different, especially the difference between the laws and rules. All the power that was cultivated within the rules could not be used in the laws of the universe. One had to adapt to it first before they could exert their basic power. For example, the power after chi refining and body refining. However, some fundamental powers were least affected, such as the essence, chi, and spirit of a living creature. Essence, chi, and spirit. To put it in more depth, it was the spirit, physique, essence, and so on. These already existed when a person was born. They were innate and not acquired. However, they could be continuously strengthened with the cultivation of the acquired. This was the fundamental power that originated from the congenital. Even if one entered the universe from the void, one could adapt faster. The mind power was also the fundamental power of a person. Everyone had the mind power. The difference was how strong it was and whether it could be used. The 33 levels of mind was a cultivation method to cultivate the mind power, while the Heart Sutra focused on application. Naturally, it was easier to adapt to the laws of the universe and operate under the laws of the universe. Chunzong continued to comprehend. The more he comprehended, the more he felt the mystery of the 9-layered true sword was extremely profound. Especially when Chunzong used the 9 intents of mind, it was as if 9 Chunzongs were comprehending at the same time. Most importantly, 9 Chunzongs comprehended at the same time, but their minds were connected. Therefore, they would not comprehend at the same point. Instead, they would comprehend at different points, which was more comprehensive. The efficiency was not as simple as increasing by 9 times. Chunzong's comprehension was good. In the void where he came from, it could be said that no one could compare with him since ancient times. Perhaps in this universe, there were people whose comprehension was comparable to or even better than Chunzong. However, in terms of comprehension efficiency, Chunzong was definitely at an amazing level. In less than a month, Chunzong had fully comprehended the 9-layered true sword, which represented the way of speed. However, Chunzong did not comprehend anything else. He continued to comprehend and study the way of speed while waiting. Mastery and erudition were 2 directions of development. The best way was to develop both at the same time. However, given the limited time, mastery should be the priority. If conditions permitted, he would have to have both. However, at present, Chunzong could only choose one. Comprehension. Continuous comprehension. It was not until half a year later that the sword column containing the way of sharpness was empty. Chunzong did not hesitate to stop comprehending. He moved his body and immediately went to the sword column. Comprehension. This time, what Chunzong comprehended was the sword column containing the mystery of the way of sharpness. Time passed quickly while comprehending. Unknowingly, another half a year had passed. Chunzong had used up the time given to him by the 9 great divine palaces. If he wanted to continue comprehending, he would need to be rewarded and so on. It was impossible at present. Chernzong was very decisive. He immediately withdrew from the Sword Palace. Otherwise, he would be expelled. After leaving the Divine Martial Palace, Chernzong returned to the Realm Gate Palace. After bidding farewell to Elder He, he went to the Heart Sword Peak at his fastest speed. On the way back, Chernzong saved half of the time because his speed had more than doubled. Chapter 2443. It wasn't a secret that Chernzong entered the Hurricane Palace before entering the Sword Palace of the Divine Martial Palace. Of course, no one would pay special attention to him at this time. After all, Chernzong was a true disciple. It was normal for him to enter the 9 great divine palaces to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. This was the 3rd year since Chernzong came to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Other than facing 10 challenges after the 10-year rookie protection period, Chernzong didn't encounter any challenges. Everyone knew that Chernzong had lost all his Cosmos God crystals and didn't have many pills left. Challenging him wouldn't give them any substantial benefit. Defeating Chernzong would only give them some reputation. However, Chernzong's reputation was already very bad. Even if they defeated him, they wouldn't gain much reputation. Why bother? Because of this, Chernzong didn't receive any interference. Similarly, the attendants on the Heart Sword Peak were very sullen. To some extent, they were master and servant to Chernzong. They shared honor and disgrace. Now, Chernzong seemed to have faded into the crowd. Of course, they felt uncomfortable. Now, some people left the Heart Sword Peak and went to other peaks to become attendants. Year after year passed quietly. Now, it was the 15th year since Chernzong entered the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Another 3 left. The head attendant of the Heart Sword Peak, Jiao Yi, frowned. There were originally 96 attendants on the Heart Sword Peak. Now, there were only 50 left. After he left, the Heart Sword Peak seemed to become even more desolate. No one knew how many people would leave later. In actuality, Jiao Yi had also thought about leaving. However, as the head of the attendants, her status was different, so she had to consider more. After all, if she left and joined another peak, she would most likely become an attendant. There was a big difference between an attendant and a head of an attendant. Let's wait a little longer. Jiao Yi glanced at the Heart Sword Palace and said secretly. If it really didn't work, she could only leave. But if there was still hope, she didn't want to leave. After all, she had stayed here for a long time and was very familiar with everything here. Within the 5th Heavens Dao Alliance Branch Palace, a routine meeting was being held. Lin Ming, how is Chernzong now? The Palace Master suddenly thought of something and asked casually. Palace Master, Chernzong has been in seclusion in the Heart Sword Peak ever since he left the Hurricane Palace and the Divine Martial Palace, Lin Ming answered honestly. Until now, you haven't issued any challenges? The Palace Master asked. Yes, I think he is gathering his strength, Lin Ming replied. Pfft. Ling Zhen sneered. Ling Zhen, what do you mean? Lin Ming frowned and asked in a serious tone. Nothing. Ling Zhen curled his lips and said, whether or not he's worth nurturing, we'll know in 5 years. The Palace Master didn't say anything else. At his level, it was just a casual question. He wouldn't pay too much attention to Chernzong unless he was satisfied with his performance. Year after year, time continued to pass. Within the Heart Sword Palace, Chernzong was practicing his swordsmanship. Although he owed a debt, Chernzong wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he was calm because the time wasn't up yet. After all, if he wanted to repay that debt, he had to have enough Cosmos God crystals. How could he get them? Challenge. By challenging other disciples, he could obtain Cosmos God crystals. And Chernzong already had the targets he wanted to challenge. Those were the 10 disciples who had challenged him before. They were his primary targets. After that, he would choose other targets to challenge. Among the 10 targets, only the 3 from the origin race made him feel apprehensive. Of course, after all these years, these geniuses had also been improving. Their strength would definitely increase further and become even stronger. Therefore, he had to be even more powerful to ensure that he could defeat all of them and repay his debt. Now, Chen Zong was accumulating his strength. Just like what Lin Ming said. He was cultivating his cultivation technique and practicing his swordsmanship. The cultivation technique was the first level of the annihilation force of the 9 heavens breath. With the help of the clear wind force, Chen Zong's speed was faster and his strength was sharper. However, without the cultivation environment of the Hurricane Palace, his cultivation speed was obviously reduced by several times. Fortunately, he had the assistance of the pills given by the 9 heavens imperial court. Otherwise, his progress would be slow. Even so, after year, Chen Zong felt that his cultivation of the first level of the annihilation force of the 9 heavens breath didn't improve significantly. After all, in terms of cultivation technique, Chen Zong's talent wasn't bad, but it wasn't particularly outstanding. However, in terms of swordsmanship, Chen Zong's progress was astonishing. The 9-fold true sword was the basic swordsmanship of the 9 heavens imperial court. It was also the basic swordsmanship that Chen Zong mainly cultivated. However, there were many mysteries in the 9-fold true sword that could be comprehended. It meant that there were many directions, and each direction had different mysteries. What Chen Zong comprehended were sharpness and speed. Soon, Chen Zong muttered to himself as he sheathed his sword after finishing his swordsmanship practice. When the time came, he would challenge in his best condition. Finally, 9 years had passed. It was the second half of the 10th year. There was only 1 month left before the second decade passed. Lin Ming, how is that Chen Zong? The Palace Lord asked again as he thought of this for the second time. Palace Lord, that Chen Zong is still in closed-door training. Lin Ming frowned slightly, but he still replied. I'm afraid this Chen Zong is going to go all out. Ling Zhen sneered again. There's still 1 month left. We'll know the result by then, the Palace Lord said. This topic was skipped again because 1 month passed very quickly. In the Heart Sword Palace, a wisp of sword will dissipated. Chen Zong also sheathed his sword. He had officially come out of closed-door training. Jiao Yi. Chen Zong called Jiao Yi over. Peak Lord. Jiao Yi quickly stepped into the Heart Sword Palace and bowed to Chen Zong. Jiao Yi, did anything happen these past few years? Chen Zong asked first. Peak Lord, most of the attendants on the Heart Sword Peak have left to join other peak. Including me, there are only 20 left. Jiao Yi lowered her head, and her voice was a little depressed. Oh, is that so? It's okay. Chen Zong was slightly startled. He immediately understood why, but he didn't care much. This time, I have something I need you to do. As he spoke, Chen Zong read out 10 names one by one. Help me write a letter of challenge. 3 days later, ask these people to come to the death arena. I want to challenge them. Chen Zong's tone was a little sharper. Okay. Jiao Yi was slightly startled. She immediately replied, Peak Lord, do you have any other orders? No, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip, Chen Zong said. Jiao Yi quickly left the Heart Sword Peak. She was very excited. Was he finally going to fight back? After 10 years of silence, was he finally going to take action? This was a very crucial time. If his counterattack was successful, it would mean that he had hope. If he failed, he would really have to leave the Heart Sword Peak. Jiao Yi's cultivation was in the divine manifestation realm. She was much faster than Chen Zong. Soon, she sent Chen Zong's challenge to various places. These people were the people who had challenged and defeated Chen Zong 9 years ago. The first person Chen Zong challenged was Wu Xiu of the Ancient Beast Clan. Wu Xiu was an outer disciple, while Chen Zong was a true disciple. Under normal circumstances, it was not honorable for a true disciple to challenge an outer disciple. However, Chen Zong had been defeated. It was normal for him to challenge back. Wu Xiu naturally received the challenge as well. Chen Zong, are you from the human race? Wu Xiu smiled. I was able to defeat you 9 years ago. Now that 9 years have passed, my strength has increased a lot. You are no match for me. After all, Wu Xiu was a life form from the First Order Void. He had also joined the Beast King Mountain and received training. His improvement over the years was not small. On the other hand, although Chen Zong lived in the fifth heaven, he did not have many cultivation resources available because he had been expelled by the primordial. Moreover, he came from the third order void. Naturally, he was not as good as Wu Xiu. This kind of innate gap would gradually widen with the passage of time. Otherwise, why would the human race's Tao alliance be inferior to the Beast King Mountain and the others? It was the weakest of the 9 forces in the 9 heavens imperial court. Fine. Since Chen Zong doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, I'll make another move and let him know the difference between us. Wu Xiu smiled again and closed his eyes to continue his cultivation. It was not time yet. However, the news of Chen Zong's challenge spread quickly. Many people knew about it. Chen Zong? Who is that? Some people were surprised at first when they heard the news. Then, they gradually reacted. So it's that lowly life form that was expelled by the primordial. Interesting. He actually dares to take the initiative to issue a challenge. Is he confident now? I guess he has made some progress in his cultivation over the years. There were all kinds of guesses. The Fifth Heavens Tao Alliance. Palace Master Chen Zong has issued a challenge. Lin Ming took the initiative to mention this. After all, the 10-year period was almost up. That was also the time limit for Chen Zong's assessment. Oh, it's finally starting. Let's see how he performs, the Palace Master replied casually. Lin Ming was also looking forward to it. Sharpening a sword for 10 years? It's finally starting. Little fellow, I hope you can show your outstanding abilities. Otherwise, I can't do anything about it, Lin Ming said to himself. Although he liked Chen Zong and was willing to help Chen Zong, that would require Chen Zong to be competent enough. Otherwise, there was nothing he could do. After all, he could help him for a while, but not forever. Now it was time to see how capable Chen Zong was. He only hoped that his judgment was not wrong. Whether it was a hidden dragon rising from the abyss or a bluff, it all depended on this. Time flowed by. 1 day passed, 2 days passed. Chen Zong remained in the Heart Sword Palace, quietly cultivating. His sword was always hidden in the scabbard, never unsheathing it. Chen Zong also didn't practice the sword. On the 3rd day, Chen Zong walked out of the Heart Sword Palace. Under the gaze of a group of attendants, he walked down the Heart Sword Peak. His speed was neither fast nor slow, but his back was incomparably straight. He was like a long sword that pointed to the sky. There was a sharpness that was quietly condensing and slowly strengthening. Peak Lord, you must win this battle. The attendant, Chang Jiani, looked at Chen Zong's back and murmured. Because the first battle was very important. If he lost, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow. Chapter 2444. Please give me some monthly tickets. The Death Fighting Ring. Chen Zong was the first to arrive. He stood in the Death Fighting Ring with his sword in the scabbard and his body upright, waiting quietly. Time passed slowly like water. Someone entered the ring, but it was not Wu Xiu or anyone Chen Zong challenged. It was a curious spectator. The Death Fighting Ring could be opened, but it could also be closed to prevent irrelevant people from entering. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed, but Wu Xiu still had not appeared. Only Chen Zong stood in the death arena, waiting silently with his eyes closed as if he was in a deep sleep. His aura was extremely calm, without the slightest fluctuation. When the day was about to end, another ripple spread out and a figure appeared. It was Wu Xiu. Feeling Wu Xiu's breath, Chen Zong opened his eyes in an instant. At the same time, except for Chen Zong and Wu Xiu, the others were all excluded. Their figures faded and they left the death fighting ring. What's going on? It must be Chen Zong who doesn't allow us to watch. He must be unsure and afraid of losing face in front of us. Those who were excluded from the death fighting ring were furious, but there was nothing they could do. After all, the protagonists of the death fighting ring were Chen Zong and Wu Xiu, and the initiator was Chen Zong. Chen Zong had the right to let others watch or not. They did not know the reason, but they guessed that Chen Zong was afraid of losing face. Because after analyzing it, this explanation was feasible. Oh, why did you let them out? Are you afraid of losing face? Wu Xiu smiled and said, "Don't worry, for the sake of the same batch of disciples, I won't let you lose so badly." "Thank you very much." Chen Zong's expression did not change, and his tone was light. It seemed that he did not take Wu Xiu's words seriously, which made Wu Xiu frown slightly. He said that to disturb or even attack Chen Zong's state of mind, but it seemed to have no effect. In addition, he deliberately came so late to wear down Chen Zong's patience. His every move had a meaning. However, it seemed to have failed as well. Since that was the case, he could only use his true strength to defeat his opponent. Wu Xiu had made up his mind that this time, he would make Chen Zong lose so thoroughly that whenever Chen Zong thought of Wu Xiu, he would not dare to challenge Wu Xiu. One had to know that over the years, he had been constantly cultivating, and with the resources of the Beast King Mountain, his strength had increased significantly. He had become much stronger than before. Strength was the source and guarantee of confidence. "Oh right, you don't have any more Cosmos God crystals with you, right? If you lose this time, what are you going to give me?" Wu Xiu spoke again with a hint of ridicule in his voice. "If I lose, I'll give you the next 10 years of cultivation time in the 9 major temples," Chen Zong said unhurriedly. "Okay, thank you very much." Wu Xiu was slightly taken aback. Then, he laughed excitedly, as if the time to practice in the 9 great divine temples was already in his hands. He was an outer disciple, so he could only practice in the 9 major temples for 1 year every 100 years. If he could get 1 more year, it would undoubtedly be better, because he had personally experienced the effects of practicing in the 9 major temples. If he could get 1 more year, his strength would definitely improve again. "Since you're going to give me the time to practice in the 9 major temples, I'll let you fight a few more times." Wu Xiu's eyes were full of excitement. He stared at Chen Zong, licked his lips, and said in a slightly excited tone, "Go ahead." Chen Zong's expression did not change. He waved his hand, and a flash of sword light gushed out from the scabbard. Fast. It was a very fast sword. In just a moment, it had crossed 100 meters and appeared in front of Wu Xiu. Wu Xiu's expression changed involuntarily. He was secretly shocked and hurriedly attacked. This sword was the 7th sword of the fast path of the 9-fold true swords. Together with the speed increase of the cool breeze force, it reached an astonishing level, which surprised Chen Zong himself. The purity of the clear wind force was on par with his original sword yuan. However, the power and speed of the clear wind force was double that of his original sword yuan. After nearly 10 years of cultivation, although it was not as fast as when he was in the Hurricane Hall, there were still some improvements with the help of pills. The cool breeze force was now several times more powerful than before, and the increase in power for Chen Zong was even more obvious. The supreme skill, annihilation force of the 9 heaven breath gale, focused on speed and sharpness. This was also the reason why Chen Zong chose it. The fast sword of the 9-fold true swords focused on speed. It pursued extreme speed, ignoring all other speed. Therefore, once it was used, the speed of the sword was really terrifying. If Wu Xiu's strength was still the same as when he first entered the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, he would not even have the chance to react to Chenzong's sword. However, he was indeed much stronger now. Therefore, he reacted quickly and immediately defended against it. However, Chenzong kept waving his sword and continuously using the seventh sword. For Chenzong, the consumption of energy was very normal. It was not a big deal for him to continuously use tens of thousands of swords. However, for Wu Xiu, it was very uncomfortable because Chenzong's sword was too fast. Moreover, the speed of his attack was also very fast. It seemed that he did not need any time to mobilize his energy. Every time he attacked, there would be a process, which was to mobilize his own energy and then release it. No matter what, this process was inevitable. However, some people could shorten this process infinitely, to the point that it almost did not exist. Naturally, the speed of his attack would be astonishingly fast. Furthermore, the simpler the move, the faster the speed at which one could mobilize one's strength. Naturally, one's attack speed would also be faster. The movement of the cool breeze force was smooth and smooth. There was no difficulty at all. Chenzong's attack also became faster and faster. Under Chenzong's sword, Wu Xiu had no ability to fight back. He could only passively defend. Fortunately, the fast sword of the Nine Heavens' true sword only focused on speed and not power. Therefore, it was not a threat to Wu Xiu. As long as he was not hit directly, he would not be hurt. Even if he was hit by one or two swords directly, the injury would not be serious. However, if he was hit by multiple swords consecutively, he would definitely not feel good. Wu Xiu was shocked. Chenzong did not have such skills 9 years ago. Beast transformation. Without hesitation, Wu Xiu transformed into a werewolf. His aura also became stronger and fiercer. The real strength of an ancient beast could only be unleashed after the transformation. Like Chenzong, the martial arts formula that Wu Xiu practiced also focused on speed. However, because he was not a real disciple, he could not choose the highest martial arts formula. He could only choose the inferior martial arts formula. However, Wu Xiu was originally good at speed. Now that he had transformed into a beast, his speed was even faster. His sharp claws flew across the sky and kept attacking. It seemed that he could keep up with the speed of Chenzong's sword. They kept colliding and sparks flew. Not only did Wu Xiu attack quickly, but his movement speed was also extremely fast. He formed a series of afterimages, circling around Chenzong and attacking wildly with his claws. However, Chenzong did not move his feet. With a sword in his hand, he blocked all of Wu Xiu's attacks. Unbreakable! No matter how Wu Xiu attacked, he could not really hit Chenzong. Wu Xiu's face suddenly became very ugly. How could it be? He was the one who defeated Chenzong last time. Of course, when Wu Xiu defeated Chenzong last time, he also used all of his strength to barely defeat Chenzong. This time, he thought that his strength had improved again and that he should be able to defeat Chenzong more easily. Unexpectedly, the reality was not so. It turned out to be a tough fight. Damn it. Take my 10th claw. Wu Xiu muttered to himself. He immediately attacked. A claw mark tore through the sky. It was extremely fast and sharp, as if it could tear everything apart. It was extremely terrifying. This claw was the one that Wu Xiu had comprehended in the past 10 years. It was even more powerful. The claw was about to tear Chenzong apart. The sword light that filled the sky was also torn into pieces. Chenzong reacted even faster. He attacked with several swords. These swords were the 9th sword of the quick sword of the 9 sword. The speed of the sword was several times faster than the 7th sword. Although it was launched later, it arrived first. It pierced the claw at different places and immediately weakened the power of the claw. In the next moment, an even more dazzling sword light suddenly lit up. The speed of the sword was 1 level higher than the previous swords. It was astonishingly fast. The 10th sword. Wu Xiu was immediately hit by the sword. Blood gushed out, but he did not die. The sword did not pierce through him. It was only a minor injury. After shape-shifting, Wu Xiu's physique became even stronger. Coupled with the protective power of the cultivation formula and the defense of the 9 sword armors, his defensive power reached a new height. However, the quick sword of the 9 sword only focused on speed and did not have any other power. Therefore, its power was relatively weak. However, if one sword was not enough, then 2, 3, or even 10 swords would be used. Using the 10th sword in a row was nothing for Chen Zong's current strength. In the face of Chen Zong's sword light, Wu Xiu could neither dodge nor defend against it because it was too fast. Moreover, Chen Zong's swordsmanship was extremely high. It was amazing. He attacked with many swords in a row, but they all hit the same spot. Suddenly, Wu Xiu's defense was broken, and his injury was worsened in an instant. When the sword light dissipated, Wu Xiu's body was motionless. A sword hole appeared between his eyebrows and went straight to the back of his head. Death was coming. Wu Xiu stared at Chen Zong in a daze. His face was full of disbelief. Why was it like this? He was obviously stronger than before. He was just a lowly life. Why was it like this? With a heart full of unwillingness and confusion, Wu Xiu finally passed away. Chen Zong sheathed his sword and stared at Wu Xiu's disappearing and reappearing figure. He said neither too fast nor too slow, "You're the first." Wu Xiu stared coldly at Chen Zong. His eyes were full of confusion and unwillingness, but he still took out 100 Cosmos God crystals and threw them at Chen Zong as if to vent his anger. Each Cosmos God crystal carried a terrifying power. However, Chen Zong waved his hand and skillfully collected all 100 Cosmos God crystals. Humph! Wu Xiu snorted when he saw that his move did not bring any trouble to Chen Zong. His figure faded and he left the deathmatch arena. As for the result, Wu Xiu would not tell anyone, because it was not something to be proud of. However, the people outside could see some clues from Wu Xiu's expression and actions. Remember the mobile version of the website. Chapter 60, Death Today's Blade, page 1/1, bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 2445. He won the first battle. The second battle was in the death arena. Chen Zong faced his second opponent, who was also an outer disciple of the third heaven. He was also from one of the 4 first-order void races. In this battle, Chen Zong still used the fast sword of the 9-fold true sword. He used absolute sword speed to suppress and defeat his opponent. Even though his opponent used all his strength, Chen Zong did not explode with his full strength. It's a pity that after cultivating the 9-heaven annihilation gale, my chi cultivation has surpassed my body refining cultivation. I can't use the supreme Lingwu technique for the time being, Chen Zong said to himself. He had to raise his body tempering cultivation to the same level as his chi refinement cultivation before he could fuse the power of the supreme martial technique. However, in terms of cultivation, his chi refinement and body tempering cultivation had both reached the peak of the Yuan underworld. Although his chi refinement cultivation continued to improve, it was because of the 9-heaven wind breath annihilation technique. The 9-heaven annihilation gale did not improve Chen Zong's cultivation. Instead, it improved Chen Zong's chi refining power. It was constantly purifying and increasing, making him even more powerful without increasing his cultivation base. However, even if he couldn't use the supreme Lingwu technique to fuse his body refining and chi refining powers again, the power he could unleash after cultivating the first level of the 9-heaven annihilation gale and the clear wind power was greater than the power he could unleash after using the supreme Lingwu technique. In addition, Chen Zong's swordsmanship had improved tremendously, so the increase in his power was even more obvious. In the third battle, his opponent was the 4th heaven true disciple, Mo Luogu. He was also an old rival. In the death arena, Chen Zong and Mo Luogu faced each other from a distance of a few hundred meters. "You have truly surprised me," Mo Luogu said. There was some surprise in his voice because Chen Zong had indeed surprised him. Who would have thought that Chen Zong would take the initiative to challenge him and even defeat two of his opponents? "You will be even more surprised next." Chen Zong smiled as if he was implying something. "Is that so? I look forward to it." Mo Luogu clearly understood the meaning behind Chen Zong's words. He could not help but smile as he replied. His talent was even greater than Wu Qiu's. Furthermore, he was a true disciple. The resources he received were not something that Wu Qiu could compare to. Thus, over the years, Mo Luogu was confident that the increase in his strength was definitely greater than Wu Qiu's. The gap between them was even greater. Therefore, when Chen Zong defeated Wu Qiu and another outer disciple of the third heaven, Mo Luogu was surprised, but he did not think much of it. After all, Chen Zong's performance on the trial ground was not bad. Now that he was a true disciple of the fifth heaven, even if he was expelled by Primordial, it did not change the fact that he was a true disciple. However, if he wanted to rely on this to challenge him, he was overestimating himself. However, no matter how many words were spoken, they were all empty words. Only a battle would reveal the truth. You make the first move. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Mo Luogu smiled and said, "Show me your strongest ability." Chen Zong smiled faintly. His body flashed, and his sword light tore through the air at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he traversed hundreds of meters and closed in on Mo Luogu. The speed of his sword immediately shocked Mo Luogu. "So fast. No wonder you dare to challenge me." However, speed alone is nothing, Mo Luogu muttered to himself. Mo Luogu's reaction speed was not slow. His body swayed, and he instantly attacked again. A pitch-black saber light swirled around Chen Zong, and a tyrannical aura soared into the sky. It was an extremely frightening saber strike that seemed to be able to cut through everything in front of it. Speed was indeed an advantage, but for an expert, speed wasn't enough to dominate everything. Otherwise, everyone would just focus on speed. Why would they need to cultivate other things? Every aspect had its own power. The key was how well the cultivator could master it and how well he could apply it. This saber strike. This strike caused Chen Zong's expression to become stern. Compared to 9 years ago, Mo Luogu's strength had increased again. His cultivation level was still at the peak of the divine condensation realm, but his cultivation level had increased significantly. This originated from the cultivation of the technique. Chen Zong had to admit that this technique was indeed very frightening. It allowed one's cultivation level to continue to increase without breaking through after reaching the peak. The sword light was shattered in an instant. Mo Luogu took a step forward and swung his saber again. The saber light tore through the air like a dark bolt of lightning, becoming more and more tyrannical and ferocious. Chen Zong swung his sword, and the sword light came one after another, densely packed like countless streams of flowing light. In an instant, they all blasted toward Mo Luogu. Although the power of each sword light was not that strong, they were fast. When Mo Luogu swung his saber once, Chen Zong could swing his sword more than 10 times. The sword light shattered, but Mo Luogu's saber was also blocked. Slash, slash, slash. Mo Luogu's eyes deepened. He gripped the hilt of his saber with both hands, and wisps of dark energy continued to condense. The power of destruction also surged forward, reaching the saber and lingering endlessly. The two powers of the Great Path instantly overlap. His power exploded as he swung his saber again. The pitch-black saber light was surrounded by wisps of black lightning. It was filled with astonishing waves of destruction, as if it wanted to destroy everything. It seemed like one strike, but there were actually 5 strikes in succession, shattering the sword light that Chen Zong had swung out. The saber light continued to press forward. The saber pressure was astonishing, and it caused Chen Zong's expression to become stern. Compared to Wu Xiu, Mo Luogu's strength was indeed much stronger. Retreat. Under Mo Luogu's violent saber light, Chen Zong had no choice but to retreat. He retreated quickly like a gust of wind, causing the saber light to miss. "If that's all you've got, then you'd better admit defeat." Mo Luogu chuckled. His eyes were dark, and there was a glint of saber light in them. Chen Zong did not speak, but the aura on his body suddenly changed. An indescribable sharpness immediately spread out. The sharpness and sharpness seemed to be able to tear apart everything between heaven and earth. Nothing could stop it. Kill. A sword slashed out. It was still the ninefold true sword, but it was not the ninefold true sword from before. It was the sharpness of the ninefold true sword. The 10th sword. It was the same 10th sword, but it was even more powerful than when he had used his maximum combat ability in the trial ground. Mo Luogu's expression changed involuntarily. The sharpness of the sword was approaching, and he felt a chill all over his body. It was as if he was going to be torn apart. If he was hit by this sword, it would be difficult for him to withstand it even with the weakening effect of the ninefold armor. The sharpness was too terrifying. His expression darkened. Mo Luogu swung his saber with lightning speed. This saber was filled with terrifying power. It immediately collided with Chen Zong's sword light. There was a slight tremor and the sword light shattered. The saber light was also torn apart. The 11th sword. An even stronger and sharper sword slashed out, tearing everything apart. Dark destruction. Mo Luogu's expression darkened. There seemed to be strands of black lightning flashing in his eyes. The power of the great path of darkness and the great path of destruction quickly merged. All out, Mo Luogu unleashed all his strength. This was because Chen Zong's sword brought him great pressure. It was a clear threat. If he did not unleash all his strength, he might be defeated. Slash. The saber that had merged the power of two great paths increased its power by a great deal. His hair stood on end. This saber made Chen Zong feel a chill. Chen Zong felt his hair stand on end. The power of the 11th sword was immediately shattered upon contact. The terrifying saber light brought with it an incomparably shocking power, as if it wanted to kill Chen Zong directly. His body and Tao would vanish. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong turned around and took a step back. However, his eyes became even sharper. The sharpness of his aura rose to the extreme in an instant. It was even more powerful and shocking than before. That step back was not a true retreat. Instead, he was retreating in order to advance. He was accumulating power. The 12th sword. The 12th sword of the sword of sharpness of the ninefold true sword. It was also a move that Chen Zong had comprehended from the sword pillar in the sword palace of the divine martial hall. Its sharpness was twice as powerful as the 11th sword. It was even more terrifying. Mo Luogu's dark destruction saber was instantly shattered and torn apart. The sword light charged toward Mo Luogu with an unstoppable force. Under the impact of the sharpness, Mo Luogu's entire body felt slightly numb. His reaction also slowed down for an instant. This thin line was the difference between life and death. He could not avoid it. He could not block it. The sharpness was too great. Even though the ninefold armor formed a helmet to block the attack, it could not block the sharpness of the sword. After weakening it by 10%, the terrifying sword energy penetrated the armor and pierced through his forehead. Kill. Soon, Mo Luogu came back to life. His eyes were cold as he stared at Chen Zong. The second time. Thinking about it, this was the second time that he had died under Chen Zong's sword. But no matter what, he had lost this battle. His opponent's swordsmanship was indeed terrifying. In terms of martial arts, he was not someone that he could compare with. He handed over 100 Cosmos God crystals, which were taken away by Chen Zong. 3 battles, 3 victories. Chunzong not only took back 300 Cosmos God crystals. More importantly, 3 victories in 3 battles had cultivated Chunzong's confidence and accumulated Chunzong's aura. This was very important. The 4th battle came quickly. His opponent was also a true disciple of the 4th heaven. Chunzong used the 12th sword of the Sword of Sharpness of the Ninefold True Sword to defeat his opponent. The sharpness of this sword was extremely shocking. It was impossible to block it. In the 5th battle, Chunzong won again. 5 battles, 5 victories. Chunzong's accumulated aura was even more shocking. The Ninefold True Sword of Swiftness also broke the limit. The 12th sword was derived, and its sword speed was raised to a whole new level. With the 12th sword of the Ninefold True Sword of Swiftness, Chunzong defeated his 6th opponent. A true expert should not be strong in a single aspect. However, under certain conditions, if one side reached an astonishing level, surpassing the others by a large margin, it could form a suppression. The speed of the 12th sword was way too fast. Combined with the clear wind force that focused on speed, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Although it only increased the speed of the sword and its power did not directly increase, under this speed, all of the opponent's attacks would be interrupted in advance. The multiple sword attacks would directly kill the opponent. 6 battles, 6 victories. When this news spread out, it caused a huge commotion. A human from the 3rd sequence void, a human who was expelled by Primal because he was unworthy, and a human who lost all his Cosmos God crystals in the previous 10 battles. After more than 9 years of silence, he actually exploded with such shocking power. It was fine if he did not make a sound. This news naturally spread to the Dao Alliance. It made Lin Ming extremely happy. The palace master also nodded inwardly. At least, it proved that Lin Ming's judgment was not bad. And in Primal, Ao Wu was also slightly surprised. But it was only a surprise. First, he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book Guest Residence Mobile Edition website. Chapter 2446. The 9 Heavens of the 9 Heavens, Imperial Court. Every heaven was as complete as a world. There was the alternation of day and night, the cycle of the sun rising and the moon setting, and the resplendent night sky full of stars. At night, on the Heart Sword Peak, Jiao Yi and the other attendants who stayed behind were all very happy. At least, Chunzong had won 6 out of 6 battles. His reputation was gradually rising, and they felt the same way. Fortunately, I didn't leave. Jiao Yi thought to herself. She had stayed on the Heart Sword Peak for many years, and she had feelings for every blade of grass and every tree. She didn't like fighting and killing, or she wouldn't have chosen to become an attendant. In fact, there were only 2 kinds of people who chose to stay behind after becoming an attendant. Either they were afraid of dying while carrying out dangerous missions, or they didn't like fighting and killing. The universe was so big, and there were so many void. There were all kinds of people, but those who didn't like fighting and killing were more comfortable. They were used to staying in a place for a long time, and they didn't want to leave easily. Regardless of whether they were nostalgic or lazy to move, it was the same. Jiao Yi was such a person. She didn't like fighting and only liked to take care of things. Now, it seemed that she didn't need to leave. Immediately after, Jiao Yi's gaze looked towards the palace that stood on the peak of the mountain. There was a person training inside. The sky was full of twinkling stars, but it was boundlessly quiet. 7 battles and 7 victories. What Chunzong received wasn't just 600 Cosmos God crystals, but also his aura, the kind of aura that was constantly cultivated. When the aura of a victor was accumulated to a certain extent, it would bring invisible benefits to one's cultivation path. When he won 3 battles, Chunzong used this aura to break the shackles of the fast sword of the 9-stage true sword, comprehending the 12th sword. The speed of his sword reached a whole new level, and it became faster and faster. As for the sharp sword of the 9th-stage true sword, although it was still the 12th sword, it had improved a little. The further it went, the harder it was to improve. The 8th battle was about to arrive. When the day came, in this battle, Chunzong's opponent was no longer the previous people, but the origin race of the universe, a race that was more outstanding than the 4 first sequence void life races. Chunzong didn't have absolute confidence in this battle, but he had to fight and win. No matter what, he had to give it his all to win. Faith. For the entire night, Chunzong had been accumulating his aura, accumulating his confidence. As day came, Chunzong left the Heart Sword Peak and headed for the Realm Gate Mountain. He entered the arena of death again and waited for his opponent. The morning gradually passed. His opponent had yet to make a move, but Chunzong was not in a hurry at all. Instead, he continued to wait and accumulate momentum. In the afternoon, his opponent still did not show up. It was only in the evening that he appeared. When the Origin race member appeared, he looked at Chunzong with a hint of surprise and mockery in his eyes. "Humans are quite patient, aren't they?" the Origin clansman teased. "I thought you wouldn't dare to come," Chunzong said with a smile. His tone sounded like a greeting, but it caused the Origin clan member's expression to change. A terrifying aura erupted from him in an instant. "Human, you're trying to infuriate me." The Origin clan member narrowed his eyes and frowned slightly. A murderous aura emanated from him. He was a dignified Origin clan member. What was that human? He was just a lowly life form. How dare he say that he was afraid? That's right. Chunzong was trying to infuriate the Origin clan member. This was a counterattack. After all, the Origin clan member purposely let him win. He had waited for an entire day and only appeared now. It was nothing more than a tactic to make the Origin clan member lose his patience or rationality due to anger. For a swordsman, losing his rationality wasn't a good thing. If a swordsman lost his rationality, his strength might increase, but he would have taken the wrong path. It was very likely that he would have some regrets, big or small. Unfortunately, Chunzong was very patient. Not to mention one day, even if Chunzong had 10 days, he wouldn't have the slightest bit of impatience or anger. It was absolutely impossible to use such a tactic to make him lose his rationality. Perhaps compared to the Origin clan member, the Origin clan member's environment of birth and cultivation were fundamentally different. However, in terms of experience, the Origin clan member couldn't compare to Chunzong. Therefore, in terms of temperament, the Origin clan member couldn't compare to Chunzong. As a matter of fact, Chunzong's rebuttal had caused the Origin clan member's anger to erupt. He immediately erupted with astonishing power. In the next moment, the Origin clan member immediately transformed into a gust of wind and blew out in an instant. He was extremely fast and directly approached Chunzong. His finger pierced through the air and attacked. The Origin clan member cultivated one of the 3 supreme techniques, the annihilation of the 9 heavens breath gale. Like Chunzong, he was at the first level. However, there were differences between the levels of the first level. The Origin clan member and Chunzong belonged to the same cohort. However, he didn't need to spend time to adapt to the laws of the universe. Therefore, the time he took to cultivate the annihilation of the 9 heavens breath gale was longer than Chunzong's. In addition, the Origin clan members' innate talent for cultivation wasn't low. Their cultivation speed was faster and more efficient. Due to all these factors, the Origin clan members' cultivation of the first level of the annihilation of the 9 heavens breath gale was better than Chunzong's by a large margin. If the first level was divided into beginner, small success, great success, and perfection, then Chunzong was only at the small success level. However, the Origin clan member had already reached the great success level. There was a small gap between them, but there was a clear difference in the power of the breeze gale. In the universe, the power of a technique was extremely important. The difference in the breeze gale made the Origin clan member's speed extremely fast. He was even several times faster than Chen Zong. More than 9 years ago, Chen Zong had been defeated by the Origin clan member's 3 fingers. He had been killed instantly. Now that they were going to fight again, Chen Zong was confident that he could defeat the Origin clan member. The Origin clan member's finger pierced through the air. Chen Zong also drew his sword in an instant and slashed through the air. Although Chen Zong's movement speed wasn't as fast as the Origin clan members, the speed of his sword wasn't inferior. This was because he was using a fast sword. He was using speed to defeat speed. The sword flashed and the finger force swept across the sky. The Origin clan member kept attacking. The more he attacked, the more shocked he became. This was because he had already used 100% of his strength, but he still hadn't killed his opponent. He hadn't even been able to suppress his opponent. How was this possible? Last time, his opponent had been killed by his 3 fingers. Moreover, he hadn't used his full strength at that time. However, what was going on now? In less than 10 years, his opponent's strength had increased by so much. It was incomprehensible. Even though he couldn't understand, he still had to fight and kill his opponent. Otherwise, once he was defeated, he would become a laughingstock. He couldn't accept that kind of result. With this thought in mind, the Origin race clansmen's attacks became even more ferocious. Dense streams of finger energy spread out in all directions, surrounding Chen Zongdu. Every single one of these streams of finger energy contained a frightening amount of power, and they were everywhere. However, Chen Zong's sword was astonishingly fast. He completely blocked the finger force and remained unbroken. However, it wasn't enough to just remain undefeated. He was no match for the Origin clan member in terms of consumption. The Origin clan member's strength was innately vigorous. It wasn't something he could compare to. After blocking the Origin clan member's finger force, Chen Zong counterattacked. His fast sword immediately turned into a sharp sword. The astonishing sharpness shocked the Origin clan member. He felt as if the sword was going to pierce through him and tear him apart. Even the armor on his body couldn't block it. In fact, the 9 Heavens armor was very special. Its function was to weaken the power of attacks, not to block them. Therefore, when it was hit, it would be pierced or broken. However, as long as it wasn't completely destroyed and its core was destroyed, it could quickly recover. This was because the 9 Heavens armor was made of special materials and special refining method. It seems like I have no choice but to take out my trump card. The Origin clan member pointed out a few times. After colliding with Chen Zong's sword, he retreated. His eyes narrowed. Immediately, a mysterious aura spread out from his body. As the aura spread out, it turned into gusts of wind that circled around him. It made the Origin clan member's figure even more ethereal. As the mysterious aura spread out, the Origin clan member's figure flashed. His speed increased by more than 50%. He disappeared from Chen Zong's sight. This speed was too fast. It was much faster than Chen Zong's speed. Chen Zong's sword couldn't hit the Origin clan member at all. Even if Chen Zong used the heart flame to increase his strength and speed, he still couldn't catch up. Immediately, gusts of finger force condensed into gusts of wind that pierced through the air. Compared to before, the Origin clan member's power had increased by 10%. The threat was even greater. In an instant, Chen Zong fell into a bitter battle. He was at a disadvantage. As expected, the Origin clan member wasn't someone that Morogu could compare to. He had no choice but to come up with even more method. Sword World. Open. In an instant, an invisible force swept out in all directions. It covered an area of 20,000 meters. Naturally, the Origin clan member couldn't dodge and was covered. Suppress. The Origin clan member's speed was immediately affected. It decreased by 20%. Even so, his speed was still extremely fast. He was faster than Chunzong. In an instant, the extreme heart phaseless sword in Chunzong's hand dispersed. Gusts of sword light also condensed. In an instant, there were more than 1,000 gusts of sword light. Then, there were another 100. The 100 gusts of sword light were in the form of 10 swords combined into one. Each one of them had astonishing power. When Chunzong mastered the first level of the annihilation force of the 9 heaven breath gale, the speed at which he used the sword world had increased. The power of the gusts of sword light had also increased. As his divine consciousness covered the area and his mind power spread out, he captured the Origin clan member's figure. The gusts of sword light pierced through the air. Chunzong, who had opened the sword world, was the strongest. In the trial ground, Chunzong had opened the sword world and fought fiercely to the extreme. He had almost exhausted himself before he killed Maluo-gu. If he hadn't opened the sword world at that time, Chunzong wouldn't have been Maluo-gu's match. However, not long ago, in the battle with Maluo-gu, he killed him without opening the sword world. This meant that Chunzong's strength had increased even more than Maluo-gu's. Now, facing the Origin clan member, Chunzong had no choice but to open the sword world to fight. This also meant that the Origin clan member was very strong. Compared to Maluo-gu, there was a huge difference. If Maluo-gu had been the one to fight the Origin clan member, he would have been defeated and killed long ago. After cultivating the clear wind force, it was easier for him to condense another 1,000 gusts of sword light and use the 10 swords combined into one. Kill. The 100 gusts of sword light immediately exploded with extreme speed. They all used the fast sword's 7th sword of the 9-layered true sword and attacked from all directions. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guest House mobile version. Chapter 2447. The sword world covered the area, and 100 sword lights surrounded and attacked. This Origin was extremely fast, but it was difficult for him to dodge unless he escaped the range of the sword world. However, once he escaped, he would not be able to attack Chunzong. After all, they were 20,000 meters apart. Using a stalling tactic? Consuming Chunzong's energy? He could not do it. He was an Origin, and his opponent was just a human. How could a giant dragon use such petty tricks to deal with a little bug? That would be so demeaning. At the very least, in the eyes of this Origin clan member, he was like a giant dragon and Chunzong was like a little bug. No matter what he thought, under the sword world, he was finally suppressed by Chunzong. Each streak of sword light was composed of 10 swords combined into one. They were incredibly powerful, and because of the clear wind, they moved even faster. Under the constant barrage of 100 streaks of sword light, the Origin race member was completely exhausted. There was no way for him to attack Chunzong, so he could only constantly dodge with explosive speed. Consumption. Chunzong's energy was constantly being consumed, and so was the Origin's energy. In the Battle of the Death Arena, the consumption of pills was not allowed. Once a pill was consumed, it would be judged as a failure. In the end, this Origin was hit by a sword light. Although he blocked it and was not injured, his body slightly paused. This pause allowed more sword lights to explode. He could block one, but it was difficult to block two. The 5th sword light immediately pierced through and killed him. Anger, fury, the revived Origin almost exploded. His anger soared to the sky, and his killing intent filled the sky. However, it was useless. A defeat was a defeat. He still had to hand over 100 Cosmos God crystals to Chunzong. 8 victories. Human, fight with me again. This Origin was very unwilling. He thought for a while and felt that his defeat was partly due to bad luck. However, if he fought again, he would be able to deal with it better, and the possibility of winning was not small. With the help of the Death Arena, Chunzong's strength also recovered to its peak. If he wanted to fight, then he would fight. The sword world directly opened. Chunzong did not plan to deal with the opponent, and this origin also directly erupted with all his strength. But in the end, this origin was defeated again, and even faster than before. Impossible! How could this be? He had clearly seen through some of Chunzong's trick. He should have been the one to win, but why was he losing even faster? Little did he know that he had seen through some of Chunzong's tricks, but in fact, Chunzong had seen through more of his tricks. In terms of combat experience, Chunzong was countless times more abundant than his opponent. After all, Chunzong had risen from the weakest, and he'd walked step by step until now. He'd experienced countless life and death battles. On the other hand, the Origin race people, because of their innate environment and other reasons, cultivated very quickly and could easily cultivate to the Tao energy realm. Those with good talent could even cultivate to the spirit condensation realm in a short period of time. Such rapid improvement, superior environment and talent allowed them to fight less. Of course, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court also placed a lot of emphasis on the cultivation of actual combat. It was just that, comparatively speaking, it wasn't as rich. If it weren't for the fact that the Origin race clansmen's innate talent and cultivation arts were superior to Chunzong's, Chunzong would have been able to rely on his rich combat experience to crush them like dogs. Let's fight again. This Origin race person's eyes turned red. The third battle. In this battle, the Origin race clansman sped up due to his rage. However, it was useless because he had already lost his cool. He only wanted to defeat Chunzong, and his mind was in a mess. As a result, he lost even faster. 3 battles, 3 losses. Chunzong, on the other hand, had won 3 battles, and had accumulated a shocking record of 10 consecutive victories. The Cosmos God crystals he won had also reached 1,000. Do you want to continue? Chunzong narrowed his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face as he asked that Origin race person. If this Origin race person wanted to continue, Chunzong did not mind defeating him to earn more Cosmos God crystals. Even though he had taken back the Cosmos God crystals he lost in the past, it was still not enough to repay Origin. He was still short of 500 Cosmos God crystals. Furthermore, Cosmos God crystals were beneficial to his cultivation. Naturally, the more the better. Human, don't be complacent. This Origin race person had woken up and realized that he was not this human's opponent. Even if he continued to fight, he would only lose a few more battles. Leaving behind a ruthless sentence, this Origin race person turned around and left the death arena. Following that, Chunzong also left the death arena. 3 battles, 3 victories. This allowed Chunzong to accumulate more victories. Under the night sky, Chunzong cultivated while comprehending the battle and sword technique. He was fully displaying the effects of the One Heart Sutra. As day arrived, Chunzong came to the death arena to wait for the 9th challenger. This person was also from the Origin race. He was one of the 3 Origin race people who defeated Chunzong 9 years ago. He cultivated the 9 Heavens Force Spirit World tyrannical art. That Chiwu fellow is too useless. He was actually defeated by a human. This Origin race person sneered. His eyes flickered with cold light. Watch how I crush you. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura burst forth. He rushed forward. His speed was not fast, but there was a terrifying might and an overbearing force pressing down on Chunzong. 1 against 10. Chunzong didn't directly display his sword world. This challenge was to obtain the Cosmos God crystals and also a way to temper himself. Naturally, he had to display the 9-layered true swords to fight with the other party to temper himself. Fight, fight, fight. Chernzong alternated between the 9-layer true sword's quick sword and sharp sword. At times, it was incomparably swift. At other times, it was incomparably sharp. However, his opponent's iron fists were covered in a layer of mysterious light. It was the 9 heavens boxing glove. He punched out continuously. Every punch contained a terrifying and tyrannical force. It was as if a giant was punching out continuously. For a moment, the battle was incomparably intense. After displaying the secret technique, the body of this origin race person immediately expanded. Originally, this origin race person's body was slightly stronger than Chernzong's, but the difference was not huge. Now that he displayed the secret technique, he expanded to 3 meters in size. His muscles bulged and his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. It crazily rushed out in all directions, suppressing everything. Strength, strength, strength. Tyrannical strength was surging. Hong. Both fists punched out continuously. Every punch was like a meteorite falling from the sky. Its power was extremely violent. It came from the front, suppressing everything and forming a vacuum. It made Chernzong feel suffocated. His expression was stern and his eyes were solemn. Strong. The power of this fist was incomparably strong. If he was hit, he would most likely explode. That kind of power was too terrifying. With a flash, Chernzong burst out with his fastest speed to dodge. However, speed was an advantage, and so was strength. Under the terrifying power of the 2 fists, the void in front of him was covered, forming a vacuum distortion. It affected Chernzong's speed. He swung his sword. The 12th sword of the 9-fold true sword's cutting-edge sword. The sword pierced through the air, tearing everything apart. After the collision, the sword light shattered. However, Chernzong's terrifying power was also slashed apart by his sword. However, a terrifying rebound force caused the sword to tremble violently, forcing Chernzong to retreat. Sword world. Open. Chernzong burst out with all his strength. Under the sword world, a fierce battle began. This origin race person's strength was extremely terrifying. When the sword light arrived, it was blown away. It only needed 2 punches to shatter a sword light. This battle was another bitter one. There was no other way. This origin race person's strength was too strong. Fight, fight, fight. The incomparably fierce battle consumed energy crazily. The origin race person urgently wanted to get close to Chernzong. If he could get close, he could use his unparalleled strength to kill Chernzong. However, in the sword world, under the obstruction of the sword light, he could not get close. He could only be continuously attacked and defended by the sword light. In the end, he was exhausted to death. Chernzong was also close to exhaustion. Let's fight again. The origin race person roared. Almost, just a little bit more and he would have won. After Chernzong's strength was fully recovered, they fought again. The sword world was also opened. This origin race person soon experienced the feelings of the first origin race person. He lost the second battle faster. However, although this origin race person was angry, he did not lose his mind. He did not initiate the third battle because he realized that whether he was willing to admit it or not, he was not Chernzong's opponent. What a pity! Chernzong looked at the disappearing figure of the origin race person and thought inwardly, if he fought a few more battles, I might be able to gather enough Cosmos God crystals. Currently, he had 1,200 Cosmos God crystals. He was very close to 1,500. He only needed to win 3 more battles. The 10th person to be challenged was the third origin race person who defeated Chernzong. This origin race person cultivated the 9 heavens 10,000 origin condensation true technique. His strength was extremely vigorous and pure. Fight. This battle was going to be a bitter one. This origin race clansman fought steadily and surely. He wasn't in a hurry to advance because his strength was incomparably vast. He wasn't afraid of exhausting his strength at all. He could easily exhaust Chernzong to death. Chernzong soon realized this point. Immediately, he grabbed with his right hand. The bracelet on his wrist flickered and turned into a sharp long sword. It was the Nine Heavens soldier sword. Chernzong did not use this sword when he fought against the two origin race people. Sword World was activated. 10 swords became one and 100 sword lights surrounded the origin race person. Chernzong held his sword and closed in instantly, displaying his sword technique. This was Chernzong's full strength. Compared to before, when he used the Sword World, it was much better for him to move. Immediately, the pressure on the origin race person increased greatly. In the end, Chernzong's sword erupted with an unparalleled sharpness. It was tyrannical to the extreme. Kill. This sword pierced through the origin race person's body, tearing it apart and killing it. Victory! The number of Cosmos God crystals increased by another 100, reaching 1,300. He was even closer to 1,500. Do you want to fight again? Chernzong asked, neither too fast nor too slow. As an origin race person, you won't admit defeat just like that, right? It had to be said that Chernzong's words were somewhat infuriating, at least to the origin race person. Fight! The origin race person said angrily. He originally did not plan to fight again, but now that he was asked to fight again, he would be looked down upon if he did not fight again. Moreover, in the previous battle, his opponent had used all his strength to barely win. If he fought again, as long as he was careful enough, he would be able to defeat him. Chapter 2448. Within the Death Battle Arena. Many thanks. Chernzong smiled at that origin race clansman. His attitude was very good and his tone was gentle. He was simply as friendly as a friend. However, that origin race clansman's face was filled with rage. Hearing Chernzong's thanks, his expression became even gloomier. He thought that it was mockery. How infuriating it was to be mocked by a lowly life form. Unfortunately, he lost all 3 battles. That's right, he experienced the anger and helplessness of that origin race clansman named Seven Wu. After losing the first battle, he felt that he could win the second battle after seeing through Chernzong's method. In the end, he lost the second battle faster than the first. Being furious and unwilling, he did not need Chernzong to speak and proposed a third battle. This time, he lost even faster. 300 Cosmos God crystals were lost just like that. The moment the origin race clansman left, Chernzong also left rapidly. However, he did not return to the Heart Sword Peak. Instead, he went to the Primal Branch. The Primordial Division was a palace with an exquisite appearance. Its color was bright and it was very protruding. With a glance, it would leave a deep impression. It was as if it was constantly highlighting its own existence, as clear as a red dot in a sea of green. Chernzong did not enter the Primal Branch. Instead, he stood outside and said that he wanted to meet Ao Wu. After waiting for a full hour, that Ao Wu finally appeared. "It's you." Seeing Chernzong, Ao Wu frowned. "Sir Ao Wu, this is the principal and 10 years of interest. The total is 1,500 Cosmos God crystals." Chernzong did not bother with formalities. He directly waved his hand, causing a pile of Cosmos God crystals to appear and float towards Ao Wu. Ao Wu was startled at first. Soon after, his expression darkened. He was astonished in his heart. He actually won 1,500 Cosmos God crystals. It seemed somewhat extraordinary. It seemed that he could not obtain the comprehension time of the refinement Tao world. "Sir Ao Wu, from now on, I am even with Primal. Farewell." Chernzong bowed slightly before turning and leaving rapidly. There was no need for him to stay. Even from now on, he no longer owed Yuanchu anything. When he left, Chernzong felt his body and mind relax. It was a feeling of being free of debt. It was a wonderful feeling. Chunzong relaxed, but that Ao Wu didn't feel relaxed at all. He didn't feel happy about obtaining 1,500 Cosmos God crystals at all. On the contrary, he stared at the departing figure of Chunzong, and a ripple appeared deep in his heart. It was a ripple called regret. It seemed as though he shouldn't have chased this human away just like that. Instead, he should have given him another chance. Ao Wu shook his head abruptly, shattering that trace of regret. The human race will always be the human race, and low-level life forms will always be low-level life forms. Even if they are outstanding for a while, they will eventually exhaust their potential and fade into the masses. They will never be able to compare to the origin race, Ao Wu said to himself, his tone becoming more and more firm. If the same amount of cultivation resources were given to the origin race and the human race, the origin race would often be the more outstanding one. This had been proven many times before. Of course, there were always exceptions to everything. Nothing was absolute. However, one or two exceptions didn't mean much. Since ancient times, the status of Yuanchu and the origin race had never been shaken in the Nine Heavens imperial court. Retracting his gaze, Ao Wu returned to the Great Hall with 1,500 Cosmos God crystals. With light footsteps, Chunzong's figure flitted across the ground like a gust of wind. It was as light as a feather, as though he was weightless. It felt as though his speed was much faster than usual. Not long after, the Heart Sword Peak appeared in front of Chunzong. Peak Lord. Jiao Yi and the other attendants bowed when they saw Chunzong. Peak Lord, could it be? Seeing Chunzong's expression, Jiao Yi's heart skipped a beat. That's right. Chunzong nodded with a smile. I've already repaid what I owed Yuanchu. Jiao Yi's heart trembled. Soon after, it was a pleasant surprise. Sure enough, it came true. What he repaid wasn't just Yuanchu's debt, but also his reputation. Soon, the news spread like a gust of wind, blowing through the fifth layer of heaven and into the other layers of heaven. A human defeated 3 origin race cultivators in a row. Unbelievable! In the Dao Alliance branch palace in the fifth heaven, Lin Ming was overjoyed. He didn't even try to hide his excitement. Palace Master Chunzong did it. He passed the test. Ling Zhen didn't say anything, but it was obvious that he was very surprised. He actually did it. That was quite extraordinary. Amen, not bad. The Palace Master nodded. Since he did it and passed the test, then according to the agreement, he's a member of the Dao Alliance from now on. He'll receive the highest ranking of Dao Alliance prodigies. Yes, I'll bring Chunzong over immediately. Lin Ming was delighted. He immediately set off. This Lin Ming is really attentive. Ling Zhen looked at Lin Ming's departing figure and snorted. Those who don't know would think that he's his illegitimate son. Ling Zhen, don't joke around, the Palace Master said. Yes. Ling Zhen dared to talk back to Lin Ming because they were of the same strength and status. Moreover, they had some conflicts and could be considered opponent. However, he didn't dare to talk back to the Palace Master. That would be asking for trouble. He waited quietly. Less than 2 hours later, Lin Ming returned. Apart from him, there was another person. That was Chunzong. Lin Ming personally went to the Heart Sword Palace on the Heart Sword Peak and brought Chunzong with him. Chunzong, on the other hand, had cleared his debt with primordial origin. Naturally, he had also completed the Dao Alliance's test and followed Lin Ming here. Chunzong was actually quite curious about the Dao Alliance. Although the Dao Alliance was the lowest ranking among the 9 great factions of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, the fact that it had been able to survive until now was a testament to its extraordinary strength. Otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. Moreover, the Dao Alliance was an alliance of the human race. It belonged to the human race, so there was an innate sense of familiarity with it. Chunzong, this is the Palace Master. These are the Guardians. Lin Ming introduced them one by one. Chen Zong pays his respects to the palace master and the guardians. Chen Zong saluted them one by one with his sword. No need for formalities. The palace master smiled faintly. From the moment Chen Zong appeared, he had been observing Chen Zong's every move and reaction. Even the slightest changes in his expression were captured by him. He realized that although this was Chen Zong's first time here, he wasn't nervous at all. In fact, he didn't even show the slightest bit of uneasiness. There was only a kind of calm and easygoing attitude, which showed that this person's temperament was extraordinary. People like this usually went through many trials and tribulations. For example, the forging of a sword required a piece of stubborn iron to go through various processes. Only after being tempered 1,000 times would a sword be formed. Only after seeing blood would it become a real sword. The palace master couldn't help but feel a little expectant. Chen Zong, I once said that if you could pass the test, not only would you be able to enter the Dao Alliance, but you would also be able to receive the highest ranking of the Dao Alliance's prodigies. The palace master's eyes narrowed, and a faintly discernible aura pressed down on Chen Zong, making it difficult for him to breathe. However, this feeling disappeared in an instant, as if it was an illusion. I keep my word. From now on, you are a member of the Dao Alliance. You are a Dao disciple of the Dao Alliance, a first-grade Earth Dao disciple. On the way here, Lin Ming had already explained the Dao Alliance's situation to Chen Zong. The highest rank in the Dao Alliance was the Alliance Master, followed by the Vice Alliance Masters, and then the Alliance Sovereign, also known as the Great Sovereign. Below them were the Guardians, and below them were the Deacons and Dao disciples. The Palace Lord was the Palace Lord of a branch palace. His status within the Dao Alliance was that of a Great Paragon. Every Great Paragon was a 5th-level expert, while the Enforcers were 4th-level experts. As for the Spirit Focus stage, it was the 2nd level, while the Dao Force stage was the 1st level. Although there was a cultivation system below the Dao Force realm, it wasn't included. This was because it was relatively easy to reach the Dao Force realm by cultivating in the universe. As for the Divine Phase realm, it was the 3rd level. Under the Guardians were the Deacons, and the Deacons were basically the 3rd level, which was the Divine Phase realm. As for Dao disciples, they were divided into Heaven and Earth Dao disciples. Earth Dao disciples were at the Spirit Focus realm, and Heaven Dao disciples were at the Divine Phase realm. Whether it was Heaven Dao disciples or Earth Dao disciples, they were divided into 3 levels. 1st level was the highest, and 3rd level was the lowest. These levels were separated by the resources and training they received. In theory, the status of a deacon was higher than that of a Dao disciple, but this wasn't necessarily true. This was because deacons were basically Earth Dao disciples, who couldn't pass the Heaven Dao disciple test after breaking through to the Divine Phase realm. In other words, only the more outstanding people who broke through to the Divine Phase realm could become Heaven Dao disciples and continue to enjoy the Dao Alliance's resources and cultivate in peace. The rest could only become deacons and serve the Dao Alliance. Of course, Heaven Dao disciples also had to serve the Dao Alliance, but there was a difference between them and deacons. The status of a Heaven Dao disciple wasn't inferior to that of a deacon. Now, Chen Zong was a 1st Earth Dao disciple, and he could enjoy the Dao Alliance's high-level resources and training. The news of Chen Zong joining the Dao Alliance and becoming a 1st Earth Dao disciple quickly spread, and more people knew about it. This was because it wasn't a secret to begin with. A 1st Earth Dao disciple is a bit unusual. So what? No matter how unusual it is, it's still just the Dao Alliance. The 9 great factions could be divided into 3 levels, and the Dao Alliance belonged to the 3rd level, which was the lowest level. Therefore, the experts of the higher levels wouldn't pay too much attention to it. Of course, it was undeniable that there were still some experts in the Dao Alliance that they couldn't ignore. No matter what, this matter had come to an end. After all, Chernzong wasn't the main character, and no one would pay attention to him. This attention was only temporary, unless he could display more outstanding abilities. Defeating a few origin race people of the same level as him wasn't a big deal. Although the human race was a mediocre race, they had a large population, and it wasn't surprising that one or two powerful people would occasionally appear. Otherwise, the Tao Alliance would have been swallowed up by other factions long ago. The reactions of the outside world had nothing to do with Chernzong, and he didn't care either. After joining the Tao Alliance, Chernzong began to receive the Tao Alliance's resources. The Tao Alliance had been established in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court for many years, and its foundation was still very deep. First, Chernzong received 500 Cosmos God Crystals, which was quite good. Next, Chernzong received 10 Nine Heavens Energy Refining Pills, which were standard pills of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Although they were standard pills, they were still expensive. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.